And I do believe we are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, Dan. Again, is that a thing? Can I do that one? I don't know if that's a thing. Hey, welcome in, folks. Wait a minute. I don't wonder. It's kind of, wait a minute. I just realized I'm missing a couple of lights. Give me a second. You're gonna get some extremely close up just for a second here. Normally you gotta pay for this level of intimacy, but no, here we go. Yeah. Lights. There we go. Make sure that my pallid tuberculine countenance comes through on camera well enough. How is everybody doing? As has become traditional on these shows, I give you my traditional greeting of my people. Ni hao, ¿qué pasa, habibi? I hope everyone's doing well today. It's last I checked, Thursday. This week has, in fact, much like all the other weeks before it, just kind of gone by in a blur of absolute chaos, terror, and despair. That's it. That's the punchline. Everything is terrible out there, and so I remain hidden inside my cave, turning on my cameras once a day and yelling semi-coherently about tabletop RPGs. It's as survival strategies go. I don't know how well it's going to work out for me, but you know what? Let's kind of give it a shot and see where it leads us, shall we? You know, it's always the beginning of these streams when you're just screaming into the void that are really the awkward moments of these. So as I do in real life, I just fill the silence with babbling. It's my only skill. It's not a terribly marketable skill, but it's the one I've got. Anyway, today, hey, PB, hey, I am not, in fact, screaming solely into the void, although I have to look, oh, there we go, I actually do have you here as well. It's been a week of stress, but the second half of this week is looking, it's going, hopefully tonight will be relatively chill. The crew for my recording on Saturday is doing well. I'm excited for Friday. We should make some kind of I'm waiting to see when you put out something on the Blue Skies or whatever, and then I'll probably promo. But you know, I'll give it a few bumps as well during today's stream, so I can make sure that my massive audience and following knows what's up tomorrow. Excited for that. But anyway, folks, I think we're just gonna kind of dive right into it. Bump. Hey, Arbalest, welcome in, friend. Ni hao, ¿qué pasa, habibi? ¿Cómo estás? Hope you're doing well as well. All right, anyway, I'm gonna go over to the overhead and just kind of hop right into it. Although, man, it's so hard to focus on the things that I want to focus on because there are so many video games. There's so many video games that I would rather be playing right now. Not rather be playing. It's just that they're calling for my attention, and I'm trying to, like, no, Dan, you got things to do. You got one of them is the stream, which is by the way not a burden. It is a delight. I love doing these streams. But god damn if that copy of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on my hard drive isn't going like, hey Dan, play me, live in endless nostalgia. You know you want to, and I do. Anyway, let's see. Hey, Phoenix, welcome in, and you start streaming right during your lunchtime. You're usually here. No, you know what? I appreciate you listening. AFK, good. I mean, it's a natural reaction to just turning on camera, and I actually have the number of viewers off because it's not great for your mental health. So I just assume at all times I am screaming into the void. And it's always a delightful surprise when chat reacts in any way, shape, or form. So hey, hello, welcome in, Phoenix. I need to focus on Squirrel. I always, my focus is laser-like, in the sense that it's everywhere and there's a cat chasing after it. Speaking of which, I'm sure she'll be around shortly. See you in the Sims Week 4 all week, to be honest. Yeah. No, I got my hands on them, and I will not go into further details on how I got my hands on, but suffice it to say, no money was spent because I have none. On Final Fantasy Rebirth. Look, I have, here's the thing. Now speaking code, all right, yo ho ho. But here's the thing, okay? Sony can go fuck themselves. Sony and Square Enix, both. I have a PS4. I purchased a PS4 years ago. What feels now like 28 lifetimes ago, right? And I not only a PS4, I purchased the special Final Fantasy 15. 15 was the road trip one, the one where you kind of just go on a road trip with your buds, right? I believe that was 15. I have the Final Fantasy 15 Special Edition PlayStation 4. It's a gorgeous slab of plastic. It just has a nice design, and it came with the game, which, by the way, I don't think I ever finished. Anyway, then they did, the full Final Fantasy remakes, right? And so they came out Final Fantasy 7 remake, I guess, or was it called remake? It wasn't Rebirth. Rebirth is this one. I'm gonna say remake. Anyway, that one. And then I didn't pick it up immediately because I just had no time. And then eventually I did have time, and I saw that, oh hey, it's included in my my membership, whatever. I got it effectively for free. Cool. And I played through it, and honestly, I enjoyed it. Was it the best game ever? No, but it hit me. It hit me in the nostalgias real hard. And then I was like, oh, cool. And by the time I got around to playing it, Rebirth for the PlayStation was already out, right? It just came out for PC, which is why I'm finally playing it. But anyway, and I was like, cool, it's already out. Let me play it. Let me find it on the PlayStation Store and actually give them money. Why not? Because I enjoyed my time. I'm going to give them money for the other one. And then I found that it's not nowhere to be found on the PlayStation 4 store. So I go looking, and I find out that they have decided to release the game to be a PS5 exclusive. For no reason. The game was in fact made for the PS4. It ran on the PS4 just fine, or would have run on the PS4 just fine. There was no huge technological leap from the first Final Fantasy to the other one. It's more of the game. It's just 80 more hours of the same thing, same engine, same everything. I'm sure some, Sony fanboy or Squeenix fanboy will correct me and say like, oh no, they added all this extra stuff and more textures and 4Ks. And I'm playing it in 1080p anyway. All right. Fuck your 4Ks. All right. I don't care. If it runs on my PS4, let it run on the PS4. I am not buying a PS5, not only because I can't afford it, but also just on principle. I'm not going to buy a PS5 just to play the next part of this game, especially if it's not like some next gen. It's wow, they're doing stuff that only the PS5. It was a game for the PS4. It's just pure market. So you know what? On general principle, I was like, no. I get to play it anyway, and B, fuck you. That's I think. Yeah, exactly. Like, exactly. The reason that they gave was, fuck you, give us more money. And, fuck you, no. And also give me the game anyway, is how I feel about it. And so I did. Trust me, not a single person went hungry because of that. I feel absolutely no shame. And in fact, I've been enjoying, they taste better. See, it tastes better when it's fresh from the sea, is what I'm going to say. Anyway, let's see. Phoenix signed a laser-like. Fortunately, the laser is in a rave. Yes, exactly. In fact, that's how the music going on. Anyway, hey, in theory, I'm here to talk about some titter pigs. And specifically, let's jump right into Orpheus Protocol. Let's go ahead and do the overhead. Woo, there we go. Boy, it's a mess here. All right. Cool. So this battery, this little thing here, is what saved us yesterday. My camera, as I've mentioned before, for the overhead here is, wait a minute, why can I not see this? Hey, do I need to refresh this? I do need to refresh this page. That's rude. Refresh that. There we go. Okay, cool. Now I can see when my video is videoing. Anyway, speaking of which, move book up a little. Remember yesterday when the overhead died? Yeah, it was because I actually have it plugged in. Look, here's the cable that plugs it in, right? And that just stopped working for some reason yesterday, so now I'm like nervous about it. But this battery managed to keep us alive long enough to finish the stream, so I'm keeping it handy just in case that cable craps out on us again. Anyway, with that said, we've had our few minutes of raging against the literal machine. In this case, the machine being the PS5 and the people who made me hate it. I'm sure a PS5 is fine. I've never been a console guy. I've always been more of a PC guy anyway. Um, it's one of those, like, if somebody gave me a PS5 as a gift, I wouldn't like set it on fire and piss on it or anything, right? But I don't see myself, even if somehow I end up coming into money, which is a thing I sincerely doubt will ever happen again, because the world is on fire, and I think you know what? Quote me on this, clip it, and then play it 30 years from now. If there is a 30 years from now, I don't think, well, some version of the Empire will still be alive by the time, like in 30 years or so. But I sincerely don't think that the country that we know today is going. This is very U.S. centric because that's where I live. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I have zero to little. Zero to little. That's the range, like 0 to little. Real confidence in the Empire continuing to empire along as it is for another 30 years. I'm probably wrong. And I'm probably wrong in the most possible way. Is a sad part. Like this is it. I think we'll look back on this and go like, wow, Dan was so optimistic by then, given how we ended up. Hey, let's go look at a Pretendy Fun Time game instead, just for a little while. Because we left off yesterday looking at the medium. I'm not going to do the full like I did yesterday. Starting off, the first hour of the stream was just basically re-explaining everything we'd done. No, now go watch that if you must, and I'll answer questions on chat as usual. But I want to try and get through. Sorry about that. I want to try and get to, or through rather, just the rest of these arcs. So all of this, can we make it? Can we make it through all of this before the end of the stream today? I don't know. I live in fear and hope in equal measures. Yesterday we started looking at the medium very quickly, right? The medium summons ghosts. Their main thing is that the more they use their powers, the more the area gets haunted. The more the area gets haunted, the more ghosty things get, and then they can up to summoning up a ghost storm that fucks people up like real hard. Like it causes bleeding, it causes daze, it causes breakdown. It's bad. Getting apparently buffeted in a storm of the tormented spirits of the dead. Who knew? Absolute chaos on the old brain matter. And so we checked the whole Baleful Dead thing, which is just basically summoning ghosts and just hitting people with a ghost, dual wielding ghosts as needed. Then we got Possession, which is and this made me think. They said, okay, we're off to the first derail of the. Actually, we are officially off to the first derail of the stream. Let me look at you in the little corner up here for a moment. Let me see. This Possession, now after yesterday's stream, I started thinking, you know what this stuff, I mean, yeah, of course it does. What this stuff reminds me of so far? Geist. One of my low-key favorite games, by the way. Geist the Sin Eaters. And one of the several powers let you, actually one of the power types, I believe was the Call power, Caul, and that one let you basically become one with your pet ghost, with your ghost spirit soul thing. Geist is complicated. It's like a ghost spirit. Anyway, it reminds me of that, and that makes me happy because it is one of my favorite games in which you play dudes who are bonded with ghosts and you get ghosty powers. And so one of the big things is like, combining yourself with the ghost to gain extra abilities, gain extra knowledge, gain extra stuff. Possession looks pretty dope, like especially because it just gives you skills. I really liked what I saw here. But the reason I said like, by the way, this is definitely a derail is because I actually was thinking before I started the stream, I was looking at my bookshelf, not that one, not that one. The one that's in the living room, the one that I showed the other day, where my invisible sun shelf is. And someday, one of these days, one of these weeks, invisible sun is going to be invisible sun is going to be a month at the rate I usually go. So at some point there will be like the invisible month, if you will. But I'm a long-time World of Darkness guy, and I have a whole bunch of World of Darkness books, and there are three, count them, three main World of Darkness areas that I want to hit, and none of them, as is typical, because of course I can't just like the most popular ones. No, I have to go for the weird offshoots, right? So the three World of Darkness games that I actually want to have like a week-long discussion is, the first one is Geist. So Geist really only existed in first and second edition. Sorry, in as a first and second editions of New World of Darkness / Chronicles of Darkness, right? The new system, newer system. By now it's old by now. Dan, you're an old man. Anyway, so that one, I want to compare Geist 1 and 2, and also just talk about my love for Geist. So that's going to be fun. But then I'm gonna leave the one that I really want to do for last, right? And the other one I want to talk about is Mage. Both versions of Mage the Ascension and Mage the Awakening, and kind of just talk about what happened there, because out of all of the new World of Darkness versions, they all changed, right? From Vampire the Masquerade to Vampire the Requiem, there was a lot of changes, right? And the werewolf ones also had a lot of they all had changes, but Mage in specific really went in a very different direction from Mage the Ascension, and I feel like it's worth spending the time and going through the difference between them, seeing like where one succeeds, where one fails, what changed between them. So that could be, I think that's going to be a good one. And then kick that up a notch to talk about the game that is actually, I've talked a lot on this stream about like how much I love D&D and all that, and I do, but it's because I grew up with it, right? It's like, oh yeah, it's the comfort flavor of my childhood. But when I was a teenager, right? When I was a teenager is when the original World of Darkness books were coming out, and one in specific came out in, if I'm not mistaken, 95. In 95, Changeling the Dreaming came out, and I made my entire fucking personality about that game. I fell in love with Changeling the Dreaming, I think harder than I've ever fallen in love with any game. And it's not a good, going back on it, like rules-wise and stuff, and having played it years and years and years on end, it's not entirely it's not a balanced system. It's not a well-designed system, really. Like, there was a lot of stuff that was like, oh, okay, well, if you do this as if you do rules as written on some of these powers, changelings are fucking broken, but also rules as written by changelings are completely useless. It was this weird, like, double thing. Anyway, I absolutely loved Changeling the Dreaming. And then they came out with the New World of Darkness. They came out with Changeling the Lost. And holy shit, talk about a tonal shift, about tonal whiplash. Like, there's a big change between Mage the Ascension and Mage the Awakening, right? But they're still about, like, mages. They're still about, like, human beings who, because of either their knowledge, their willpower, or whatever, their perception of reality, they have the ability to practice magic. None of the games work well with each other, even though they were technically, you're right, Arbalest, even though they were technically in the same world. It was not really meant for crossover. I think they did they tried to do a lot more crossover in Chronicles of Darkness, and New World of Darkness, but exactly. Old World of Darkness, like, it was really hard to mix and match, even though in theory you could. But so that was Changeling the Dreaming. Then they went to New World of Darkness, and they was Changeling the Lost, and the tonal shift there was complete. Changeling the Dreaming was a game about sort of hope, about fighting to maintain your innocence in the face of a banal world that wants to crush you. It was a game about fighting for hope, about trying to keep hope alive when the world is dark and scary, and honestly feels to me a bit like the kind of game that maybe we could use these days, right? And then there was Changeling the Lost, and Changeling the Lost took away the hope. Really, that's what it felt like, right? At least at first glance, it made it so that instead you were actually. It was a game about abuse. It was a game about not about abusing, but about surviving, being a survivor of abuse effectively. It was a game about human beings who, like in the traditional, the more classic definition of a changeling, were stolen away by the Fae. And the Fae in this game are sinister and powerful and unknowable and dangerous and bloody. As opposed to Changeling the Dreaming, where it was, I mean, yes, there was the darkness over the nightmare realms and all that stuff, but again, it was much more of a childish view, but also a playful view, and also again a very bittersweet kind of story of growing up and trying to keep hold of the magic and the imagination of youth as the world chips away at you, right? While Changing the Lost was like, no, you were taking away from everything you know, and you were twisted and changed against your will. You were broken again and again and again, and somehow you managed to break free, to escape, to run. You are back in the world, changed. There is no longer a home for you. And the things that you escape from are still hunting you, and probably will be for the rest of your existence. You're no longer fully human. You no longer fit among them. Like, it's a much darker play, but at the same time, there was like hope to be had. It was more of a, despite that initial presentation of darkness, there was more of a focus on. So because of all those things, we only have ourselves and each other to lean on, and so there was more of an aspect I felt of community building. There was also like the way that the kiths and the different types of changelings were handled was very different. And then a third time, that was Changing the Lost 2nd edition. And all of them got 2nd edition, right? Vampire also got like, eventually went up to like 5th edition or whatever it is now. Mage, I think, also got a 2nd edition. I think they all got a 2nd edition. Yeah, Geist got a 2nd edition. Changing the Lost 2nd edition kept the general vibe, but went even further, made it like there's this whole wild hunt mechanic. The way you create your kith, your type of changeling, has completely changed. It's much more flexible, rather than sort of like it's a full evolution from sort of the strict kiths that you had in the original changeling to sort of more flexible types in Changeling the Lost, to just kind of make it up as you go along with the Changeling the Lost 2nd edition. Anyway, I could go on, and then the intention is that I will at some point soon. That's another one that I want to spend the time to go and compare all 3 editions on Changeling and really kind of get into the nitty gritty of like what happened, what changed, what do we like, what do we not like, etc., etc. Anyway, that's the derail for this part of the hour, I hope, although I'm sure chat will find its chat finds a way, right? So back to this. All of that from a reference to possession in this game that reminded me of Geist and triggered the World of Darkness part of my brain, which is a dangerous thing to do. You trigger the World of Darkness part of my brain, and this happens. What you just witnessed happens. I don't think that's good for anyone. So let's move on from it. Psychometry is the next power from the medium, who gains supernatural insight on the history of a touched object. Now, those of you who know me and know the, I'm remembering to the marketing, look at me, no Fandible, the podcast. That's right, the podcast, the only podcast. Go on the internet, search for podcasts, and Fandible should be the only option you get. If you don't, just go to fandible.com. That maybe, again, talk to your ISP. Talk to your ISP. They're clearly setting you up with things that don't exist. The only true podcast, fandible.com. Find it there. Anyway, Dave from the podcast, a big fan, right, of psychometry. So I wonder if this is the kind of power that will make my friend happy. Let's find out. At rank 1 of Psychometry, you can spend 2 initiative points, gain a vague sense of a touched object's history through imagery, impressions, and metaphors. The director has discretion over this information. Shouldn't fully spoil the plot of an adventure if it would be narratively unsatisfying, but is encouraged to give useful information. Okay, it's fine. It's what you would expect. We'll look at the other ranks shortly. It's what you would expect from a basic psychometry power, and that's why it made me go, because it's this feels really wishy-washy, and to be fair, it's hard. Psychometry powers are hard to, like all, like, fortune telling stuff like that. It's always hard to adjudicate. But I don't know. I feel like this could have used more of a system. I've seen in other games, usually when you've got psychometry, it there are things like, okay, well, for every success you can look at the object's history like 10 years back or something like that. So if you spend extra successes, you can actually see the scenes from what happened rather than just getting impressions, blah blah blah, stuff like that, right? And we'll see what the other ranks give us. But the fact that it's just rank 1 is super sort of like, hey, just try not to break your game with this, but give them like some cool info, I guess. I don't know, that one feels a little. It feels out of place because the game tends to be a lot more specific about this stuff in almost everything else we've seen. So the fact that this one is so kind of wishy-washy just stands out to me as sort of off on the way the game has been presenting things to us so far, which is a little weird. All right, rank 2 identical to rank 1 with the following improvement: when you use psychometry on an object whose use would constitute a skill, gain that skill at rank A until the end of the scene. If you already had the rank the skill at rank A or rank S, regain the use of rank B, A, and S skill features for that skill if already. Okay. This, however, is dope as fuck. So first, the core of the power still feels a little wishy-washy, still feels a little like, hey, GM, try not to break your own game. But this is straight. See, this is what I was expecting. It's been some kind of mechanics, proper mechanics to it. And that I like that. I actually really like that as an upgrade. It's not just informational, it's actually useful, because that's the other thing, right? Psychometry and powers like it, understandably for the most part, tend to be kind of useless in any situation that's not outright investigation or trying to find info, right? So this, as soon as you get it at rank 2, it becomes useful in all sorts of ways. You can actually kind of gain temporary skills from an item. That's really good. And then at rank 3, passive, gain a +2 ability bonus to investigate. Yeah, okay, cool. That's again the passive one. It just means that basically you can kind of assume that you're constantly getting just these trace psychic resonances from the objects around you, and that just helps you with investigation checks in general, even when you're not actively like spending initiative points and doing the thing and whatever. Again, it's a disappointment that the first one is so wishy-washy, because I like rank 3. Rank 2. I like rank 3. Let's look at the masteries. Uses psychometry, the medium gains a perfect insight into the history of a weapon's use and all its wielder's successes and failures. If you use psychometry on a weapon this scene, gain the +1 ability bonus to attack and parry with it this scene. Cool. Not a lot of powers give you bonuses to combat skills directly, right? So yeah, mastery lets you, instead of just a normal skill, basically gives you a bonus on combat when tied to a weapon. I like that. That's a good option. And then mastery B. So if you're still a fighty type, you want to be a fighty type with psychometry, you'd probably choose mastery A. Let's see what mastery B gives us. If you use psychometry on a person, their clothing or effects, or an object they own, you gain +2 ability bonus for social. All right, great. So we got two options. We got the combat option, we got the social option, considering the rest of the power is more informational up until that point. All right, good balance. I like it. What happens if you try and overload your psychometry? Use psychometry against an enemy as an attack. Using the melee attack attribute with any attack skill, knowledge eldritch or knowledge occult. This attack costs 2 initiative points and deals no damage. If successful, spend 5 humanity. You are at a +3 ability bonus to hit and to defenses against them until the end of your next turn. You are then at a +2 ability bonus to hit and to defense against them until the end of your following turn. You are then at +1 ability. Okay, so basically it just tapers down for 3 turns. All right, okay. That's kind of cool, actually. Okay, so basically, you go up to your enemy, you grab their face, you go, give me your knowledge or whatever. I don't know, man. You read them. And because you read them, but you have to spend 5 humanity because kind of grabbing somebody's face and just kind of, I mean, I say grabbing somebody's face. The rule doesn't say you have to grab their face. But I mean, you're already making an attack. You might as well get weird with it and grab their face. So you do that. It's weird, but now you know them. So you get all sorts of bonuses. So it's basically buffing yourself against an enemy. That's nice. That's cool. Okay, I can dig that. I can dig that. And then on any use of the ability, you may raise the haunting level by 1 rather than gaining the room. Oh, okay, cool. So instead of gaining info, you can just make it creepy in the room. I do that by default. That's my power cap. That's my power cap. All right, Seance. The medium conducts a ritual to communicate with the nearby. I thought I was going to say nearly dead. The nearby dead, seeking their secrets. Rank 1 takes 1d3 hours. You may reduce the time taken by 10 minutes by spending 2 additional humanity. All right, so you spend some humanity to make it. Oh, 2 10 minutes. Not by. I was going to say spending humanity just reduces it to 10 minutes. No, 2 10 minutes. Okay. See vague visions of the spirits of those who died in the area, giving you insight into the past. The director describes how spirits are predisposed to you, blah, 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 blah. So basically, it's a whole thing. You then interact with the spirits, you convince them, etc. Piercing the veil between life and death renders the medium more resilient than normal to the horrors that plague the living. When you conclude a seance, you gain +1 effective force of will and acuity for the purposes of reducing stress and or clarity damage. Okay, it's cool. Cool. So you get, because you are exposed and washed in the energies of death, you get to you get to resist sort of horror damage a little easier. All right, cool. I dig that. And let's see. Rank 2 is identical to rank 1 with the following improvement. When you conclude a seance, you gain +2 effect. Okay, so basically you get more resistance. Rank 3 is passive. When you take damage, you may cause the entity that damaged you to check against breakdown, reacting out of fear of afflicted, suffering from the opportunity condition until its effect ends. Each entity may only fit the... So basically this is kind of like a hellish rebuke thing in general. It's just like if somebody hits you, they get a little mental, like, cool. It's just one of those. I think, which one did we see earlier? Was it Bail? No, was it Possession? Or was it one of the other abilities? I forget which one it was that we saw, and I was like, why is this one of these things? It's not like the other, right? I think it may have been in the hero one. Yeah, I think it was in the hero one, right? That we had, was it Fated Leader? Heroic Prowess? I don't know. Anyway, it was one that didn't quite match. I'm feeling that a little with the passive from Seance. But I guess it is kind of hard to set up a passive for something that technically is a ritual that you do over hours. I guess I'll take it. I mean, it's not a bad passive. It really isn't. It doesn't quite feel like it fits the theme to me. All right, Mastery A of Seance. Regardless of a summoned spirit's disposition towards you, you may compel them to give a truthful answer to one direct question at the cost of immediately dismissing them after the answer is given. All right, so you don't have to do the whole negotiation dance. You can go like, answer me, spirit, and the spirit goes like, fine, blah, blah. All right, I'm out. Fuck you. I'm not dealing with you anymore. You suck. You made me do the thing. Which, same spirit. I get you. Relatable spirit. Mastery B, when you use Seance, you gain 3 temporary strength that can only be used on horror checks or mitigating magical damage. Alright. Cool. Kind of, again, another one that feels a little bit like, oh, okay, you didn't quite know what else to add to this, so that's a basic useful stuff that's good to have, I guess. But doesn't feel terribly flavorful. Overload, spend 5 humanity, 2 initiative points, which can be spent defensively until the end of the scene. You are surrounded by an armor of swirling ghosts, gaining 6 magical armor against stress and clarity damage caused by horror checks and against magical damage of any type. Okay, so a ghost shield. When you were dealt damage, the entity that damaged. So a ghost shield that haunts people if they hit you. Cool. All right, that's cool. It is. Like it's kind of stuff that would have fit better in a kind of in a kind of Baleful Dead kind of thing, where you're like summoning, or even like a Spirit Guardians thing. I guess Spirit Guardians is the next one we're going to look at. Let's see how that compares to Seance. But Seance feels more like you're talking to the dead, and yet here it's like, I'm creating a shield out of the dead. Like, how does talking with the dead get to this one, right? It feels like they were, I don't know. The design of these, while from a mechanical standpoint, none of these are terribly bad. Like, these are good mechanics to have, good effects to have, but from what's the word I'm looking for? From a thematic perspective, they're a little off. All right, let's check out Spirit Guardians. The medium tasks loyal spirits with keeping watch over them, alerting them to dangers. Rank 1 takes a minute. You or a nearby ally gain +3 untyped bonus to vigilance. Okay, so basically this is to not get disjointed narrative. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. Rank 1 takes a minute. Okay, so basically, sorry about that. You or a nearby ally gain +3 untyped damage to. Okay, untyped bonus to vigilance or for the scene in the next. So basically, your senses get sharpened. Cool, because you have spirits warning you if there's danger. All right, and then even at rank 2, even if you do get surprised, your penalty is much less. Got it. Rank 3, spend 2 spiritual strain to gain a +1 ability bonus to vigilance until the end of the day. That's not bad. All right, spend 2 spiritual strain, but you got a bonus all day long to your vigilance, so you're again on alert. But it also feels like it is kind of generically useful to be on alert, and I guess, have higher vigilance and whatnot, but it also feels like a little flavorless in comparison with some of the others that we've seen so far. Let's see. Mastery of Spirit Guardians A. If you or your allies are surprised, you may spend up to 3 humanity to reduce the penalty to defenses. If you spend 3 humanity, you get a +1 ability. All right. And Mastery B. The Spirit Guardians prioritize the safety of the medium of their own. When this ability is active, reduce the first stress or gravity damage you take per scene by 4. This damage reduction counts as magic. It's fine. It just feels kind of low impact compared to some of the other powers. It just basically makes you a little bit more alert. I mean, substantially more alert in the system. I get it. It's not a bad bonus, but it feels a little underwhelming compared to some of the other stuff we've seen before. All right, let's keep going. Oh, wait, actually, we haven't finished Spirit Guardians. Overload. Spend 5 humanity and 1 initiative points. You are magically aware of all entities within 2 areas of yourself for the remainder of the scene, making stealth impossible against you with that of. Wait, that's a cool power. That's neat. This reminds me, going back to the previous derail, this reminds me of what Geist did with the Boneyards. One of the power types was the Boneyard. And when you established a Boneyard, you basically established, you flowed your ectoplasm through an entire area, and it gave you certain bonuses and abilities within your Boneyard. And one of the common ones was like you are aware of basically everything and everyone. Like you basically, it's like you're all of a sudden you got a top-down view of the map, which very useful. Let's see, and then your haunting effects. When under the effects of a rank 1 or rank 2, you may at any time spend 1 initiative point and reduce the granted vigilance bonus by 1 to raise the haunting level by 1. Okay, cool enough. Like I said, it's a little underwhelming. The overload power is neat. I wish we had seen more of those. And finally, the final big power for the medium is the rising. The medium binds a wandering spirit to a nearby corpse. Okay, zombie. Let's make it. We're making zombies by raising it as an undead servant. At rank 1, spend 5 initiative points. Raise from. Okay, 5 initiative points, and just in the moment, just like you. Raise from the dead any one entity whose remains are in the area. The raised entity is a friendly NPC with attributes identical to those they had in life, aside from from initiative, that acts with animal intelligence and an instinct to protect you and your allies. They have skills that are directed, blah, 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 blah. Okay, all the details about that. The raised entity disintegrates at the end of the scene in which it was erased unless you choose to invest 5 humanity, making it permanent. You may only invest humanity in 1 servant at a time this way, and your invested humanity becomes available for recovery if you choose to release the entity, in which case it immediately disintegrates. Or, gets destroyed or whatever. Okay, cool. So basically, temporary zombie or invest summon humanity, a permanent zombie, dope. No worries with that. Raised entities in combat. A raised entity may make as many move actions as it wishes, as well as one attack or tactics check. Or even attack. Okay, basically just rules for how it fights. Okay, this is interesting, though. Each scene in which you raise at least one entity, your raised entities have a communal pool of 10 strain that can be used for boosting checks according to the limits associated with their skills and for reducing damage taken. If you invested humanity in a raised entity to make it permanent, it gains its own separate pool of 10 strain. The strain does not refresh normally, but you may spend one humanity outside of combat to restore 2 strain to the communal strain pool or to the strain pool of a raised entity in which you invest humanity. Okay, that's kind of cool, actually. They have like their own little pool. That's just rank 1. Okay, rank 2, identical to rank 2 with the following improvements. They have better skills. They're ranked at rank A instead of rank C. They requires 25 or more damage in one attack, or 4 or more damaging attacks in one round to destroy them, etc., etc. Okay, and then rank 3 passive. Once per round on your turn, you may spend 2 strain of any type to have one of your raised entities take an immediate attack or tactics action, not counting towards their action. Okay, cool. So basically, you're able to push your zombies to move or doom. I get it. Mastery A, plus 10 to the amount of damage and plus 1 to... Okay, so basically tougher zombies. And Mastery B, you may have one of your undead servants designated as autonomous. This autonomous undead servant can act with human-like intelligence and without your mental command. This means they may leave your general vicinity and continue to act. Hey, so now you can have a zombie... what's the... All right, blank. Alfred. Zombie Alfred. All right, I like... Okay, so this, I mean, this is pretty straightforward. Nothing too crazy here. But Mastery B gives you the opportunity to make a zombie Alfred, so that's my choice. And then if you overload, what happens if you overload the Rising? Spend 5 humanity, 5 initiative points, raise a corpse golem, created from up to 5 corpses within 2 areas of your location. All right, we're back to the wild shit, and I like it. I'm here for the wild shit. This corpse golem functions as a raised entity, as in rank 2. By the way, just checking real quick on YouTube chat, because I feel bad about what happened yesterday, but I felt like I ignored Himanja's message. But no, if he's here, he's not here right now. Cool, no worries. Do say hello, Himanj, if you see this, because it always makes me happy to see the messages over on YouTube. I am actually keeping an eye if I see them. Anyway, cool. So overload, you create a corpse golem. Created from up to 5 corpses within 2 areas of your location. This corpse golem functions as a race entity as in rank 2 with the following benefits. It's got armor, it's got more toughness, it's got more damage. It can use the guard action as many times as the controller wishes without spending initiative points. Cool. But you cannot make it permanent. Okay. Cool. And then haunting. You may reduce the haunting level by any amount when using rank 1 or rank 2 of the overload, increasing the communal strain pool or individual strain pools of your race entity by 5 strain per pool of haunting level sacrifice divided as... Okay, that's actually kind of cool. So basically you can, if the area around you is highly haunted because you've been using other powers, and so there's spirits all over the place, you can kind of cause them to get sucked into your zombie to refresh them. That's kind of cool. All right, so then the humanity, the lowering of humanity for the medium from 175. Subject eyes have a hollow, haunted quality. Then it goes down to 75 to 51. Subject hears indistinct voices no one else can and often appears distracted. Then it goes down to subject occasionally blurts words or phrases for which they have no memory. Then 25 to 1. Subject is periodically possessed by the spirits of nearby dead. Director's discretion. Oh, okay. And then it's your humanity. Subject is permanently possessed by the strongest dead spirit nearby, and must be successfully exorcised if there is to be any hope of retrieval. Cool. All right, so basically you get taken by ghosts. Finally, we're here. We are here. This is the one that when I got to it in... Look at that art, by the way. It's very... I know the shine. Can I... What happens if I block this? What happens if I block this light? And then the camera kind of has to adjust. That's a lot less shine, but it's a lot darker. But hopefully you get an idea. You can see the art. What if I... Okay, wait a minute. Let's do this. Let's put this away for a moment. Now it's pointing at my face instead. There we go. And let's kind of bring this up a little so that the camera can see it. Look at the art for the Nephilim. in this game. Now, chat, you may be aware of the Nephilim. You may be aware of what a Nephilim is, or, you know, mythologically speaking, right? Like, the Nephilim are the children of angels and humans, of angels who came to Earth, and according to the mythology of it, and I may be not a mythologist, not that I did not study this, right? So I may be off, but the general thing is that they were basically told they fell in love with humans, and they had sex with humans, basically, and out popped half human, half angel babies who were giants, and apparently cannibal giants, if I'm not remembering correctly. Like, they ate people, etc., etc. Like, there was a whole thing about that. God got very upset and said, "Hey, angels, no more fucking humans." And the angels were like, "Oh, damn it! But the humans, why are you making them so sexy if you didn't want us to fuck them?" Which, you know, angels had a point, right? To be fair, like, you know, if you didn't want us to fuck them, why did you make them so fuckable? I believe it's the actual quote from the you know, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't remember where the Nephilim were originally presented. I don't remember if they're in the official Bible or if they're in one of the side books. Not a scholar. They were giants getting fucked by a giant eyeball with wings. Biblically accurate fucking God damn it, somebody. No, don't. I mean, I was going to say somebody make art of that, but I'm sure it's there, and I'm not going to look for it. Rule 34 continues to be undefeated. Look, earlier today, I was watching a stream. I was watching another streamer called Endeavorance, and he was playing Balatro. If you know Balatro at all, it is of course it exists. Of course it exists. Rule 34, if it exists, there is porn of it on the internet. So he was playing Balatro, and he was explaining to people, you know, about Balatro and about the jokers and how they have an effect on the cards and everything. And it's like, you know, there is probably art of the various jokers. Fucking isn't. And then he was like, all right, let me check. And I was like, oh yeah, there's plenty. Like, the horny finds a way. If it exists, there is porn of it. Balatro is a fucking card game in which it's just cards. It literally is just playing cards and jokers and joker cards, which are for the most part abstract or just little drawings of a joker face. And yet there is a substantial amount of extremely, I hesitate to say inappropriately, but yeah, kind of just inappropriately horny art of just the jokers. It is the indomitable human spirit, the indomitable horny spirit. I swear, horny finds a way. It's kind of amazing, honestly. It is in its own way inspirational. Like, I need to do that. I need to get the when I go on these rants, I need to have a button that I hit that just starts playing like the Hope Core music. So to really give these rants a proper, the proper background. Anyway, so now that we've established that we all have a base concept of what the Nephilim are, basically just horny angels. Sorry, not the Nephilim. Sorry, the Nephilim are the children of horny angels. That is kind of what we've got. This game, the angels are not great. I mean, not necessarily bad. They're just ineffable. They are from outside of reality, and that kind of makes them not great, right? So let's see. So you say you do have a Nephilim bias. Let's see if you're disappointed. Well, let's see. Because when I took one look at this and we're like, oh, okay, they went in a direction with this. And that's kind of where I stopped. So after we deal with the Nephilim today, that's going to be, that's as far as I've gotten. I'm not really taking a look at the rest of them. So here, after this, here be dragons. By the way, we'll be going on ad break in a little over 5 minutes, so we're probably only going to get through part of this week before we get to the ads, which is good timing, because hopefully you'll all be excited and come back after the ads for more horny angel action, I guess. Let's read, shall we? The Nephilim, a series of unspeakable experiments carried out by a splinter faction of Orpheus, has at last accomplished what a decades-long lineage of occultists and researchers all perished trying to achieve: a stable, physical vessel for consciousnesses of the outer dark. Not content merely to bring these beings into the flesh, however, Orpheus has created a living weapons platform for their collaborators to inhabit. Hulking chitinous, and possessed of horrifying organic weapons, the Nephilim are the offspring of human DNA and a gestalt of angels pulled from a heaven totally alien to us, carrying an aura of perverse, mind-shattering grace. And their unique mechanic is liminality, which as soon as I saw, it's like, oh, okay, this is dope. The Nephilim are beings of two worlds. Our world of flesh, and that of the outer dark. As Nephilim use their abilities, their internal eldritch attunements shift between affinity for the physical realm and affinity for the dark, accentuating their physical and spiritual powers respectively. Liminality changes from -1 dark to +1 flesh and has effects on Nephilim abilities. Additionally, at different liminality levels, the Nephilim's physical structure is altered, granting the following adjustments and bonuses. So when they are in liminality -1, so aka dark form, they gain 5 magical damage reduction against non-magic damage and +2 effective toughness for damage reduction against non-magical damage. You cannot deal damage with non-magical attacks, abilities, etc., and may only deal damage normally with abilities whose effects are magical. Damage you will deal that is mitigated by this has the following effects. At 5 total damage, your victim must check against daze. At 10 total damage, the daze check suffers a -1 situation penalty. 15, the penalty is -2. 20, penalty is -3. For example, a firearms attack in this state would effectively shoot ghostly incorporeal bullets that cause daze, and the same effect holds for non-magical ability damage. Hey, Struggle Bus, long time no see, pops into chat because nothing matters anymore. Howdy, all. Hope you're all doing as well as can be given the state of things. We're trying, my friend. We are trying. It's been a while since I've seen you on the stream. I can only assume because the world is, in certain areas, even quite literally on fire. But it's good to see you, friend. It's always good to see you. Ni hao. ¿Qué pasa, habibi? Welcome in. Welcome in. Settle in. We're talking about this game's version of what happens when angels get horny. For humans. But in this case, rather than angels being horny for humans, it's a shadowy organization being horny for bioweapons. Which basically, same story, right? So basically when you are in dark mode, you are kind of semi-incorporeal, and your attacks are like daze powers. When you're in liminality 0, you're just normal. And when you're in full flesh mode, liminality +1, you deal +2d3 0 damage with attacks and abilities that are physical in nature. You have -1 effective clarity, toughness, bonus of will against magical damage, and take 5 additional damage from magical sources. For example, firing a gun in this state would fire horrific flesh-enhanced bullets that deal more damage. Let's see. We're working in aerospace. Is spicy today? Though apparently not as spicy as this book. Hey, yeah, I can imagine it would be. Really, working in any area that receives any level of government funding is kind of spicy these past couple of weeks. Lucky for me, the government is not funding any of this at all. Lucky for me, I guess. I don't know. I'm funded by spite and the ads, which will be here in just a few minutes. Not quite yet, though. Not quite yet, but soon. SOON, soon. All right, so you have this sort of shifting as a Nephilim, and I'm guessing once we see the powers are the ones that are going to shift us back and forth. And then you have Nephilim metamorphoses. As a Nephilim, you have 2 distinct physical forms, your human form and your semi-alien Nephilim form. Your Nephilim form is malleable, and some of your Nephilim abilities, called Nephilim Metamorphoses, can dramatically reshape your physical body. Nephilim Metamorphoses only affect you while you are in your Nephilim form, and they are suppressed while you are in your human form. You can shift between forms at any time by spending 2 initiative points, which can be spent defensively, and 2 humanity. So you basically, as the artwork implies, you have a human form, but inside. So this reminds me of, because of course I'm going to bring it back. I just went on a rant about how much I love World of Darkness. This reminds me of Demon the Descent, not Demon the old one, but Demon the New World of Darkness Demon. Where your true form is this biomechanical horror. So there's vibes of that here, and I like that because that's also one of my favorite. That's another one that I need to. Hi, kitty. Hi. Anyway, that's another one that I need to do some streaming about. Demon, yes, with Joe and the car from hell, indeed. Except that car wasn't from hell. Maybe had it been from hell, it would have worked out better for the demons. It was a car from Earth, and that's why they had such a problem with it, I think. Hi, cat. Bye, cat. Are we sitting there? Are you gonna sit on my little dude? There we go. Are you gonna come? All right, here. Come here. Come on. Show yourself for the camera. You know the people want it's give the people what they want. Come on. Here we go. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? You are the best. Hey. Hi. She is such a good girl. And you know what? This is a perfect time. This is a perfect time for my producer here. Oh my God. My producer here to show up. And you know why? Because I've just gotten an alert at the top of my screen. I think everyone who's been here before knows what that means. It means it's time for the ad break. Now, it's going to be 3 minutes of ads. I understand that is at least 2d3 psychic damage, but you can stop that. You can prevent that in one of 2 ways. I believe I mentioned them yesterday. The first, of course, would be to subscribe. If you were to subscribe by throwing money at me, throwing money at me is always recommended. I believe it's a good thing. More people should do it. It's good. Check with your doctor before throwing money at me. But, assuming you are in full health and capable of doing so, throwing money at me makes the ad stop, and instead you get a selection of socialist memes. The second option, which is honestly the recommended one, is the revolution. If we tear it all down and burn down the structures of modern society, opening the way to a better world, then ads will no longer really be a problem. So there are those 2 options. I'll leave you to debate amongst yourselves for the next 3 minutes or so. But in the meantime, we will, of course, and as always, be right back. Folks, God damn it, cat, don't. I love you. Okay, now actually, no, that thing I guess you can claw if you need to, but also it's just the instinctive reaction of the cat is clawing at something. Stop it. Except that was the thing she's actually allowed to claw. It's just a bit of plastic. Anyway, folks, you missed out. You missed out during the ad break. You should have started the revolution while I was out. Uncivilized Dan. Yes. There we go. Get the right set of emojis in, or as me do claw that. No, I mean, look, you missed out. All right. Had the revolution happened and I not been forced to run ads, you would have seen on camera one of the cutest things in the world, which was, and I'll kind of go over the overhead and do a demo. Oh, she's walking away right now. She's walking away. But what you would have seen would have been the cat sitting here, right where my hand is. And I was just kind of like, while I waited for I was watching the ad counter. While I waited for the ad counter to go down, I was like, hey, look, kitty. And I rolled like some dice on her. And she just kind of like looked down at them and was like, and then you started batting at them and like batted them back at me. And I was like, ooh. So I kind of like rolled them again and kind of like rolled them at her. And she like looked at them for a moment and then batted them back at me. And that happened a couple of times. And it happened during the ad break. It was the most adorable thing. And capitalism took it away from you. I hope I've made my point clear. We've got to burn it all down. We've got to burn. This is what they're trying to take away from you. Burn it all down. All right. So, with that in mind, we're back. Now we're probably. I don't know. I don't want to make any promises of how long it's going to take. But let's at least hope I am able to get through this. Look, I need to finish this. I guess maybe we can spend tomorrow going through this game again, but I don't know. We'll see. Because the best sales pitch for a sub you've heard in ages. Hey, you know what? I am bad at marketing, but I'm getting better. All right. So let's look at the powers, your metamorphoses, your average, your different abilities. So Nephilim Metamorphosis number 1, the first set of powers that you have as a Nephilim in this game, is gigantic stature. Many Nephilim stand 7 or even 9 feet tall, towering over mere humans and possessed of unthinkable strength. So far, we're kind of keeping in with the original vibe of the Nephilim, right? They are giants, they are big, they are strong. Rank 1, you invest 2 humanity, you get a +2 ability bonus to might checks, a -1 ability penalty to stealth checks because you're big and strong, +1 effective strongness, toughness for the purpose of reducing damage, so you are tougher, you do more damage with your melee attacks. And when you shift into your Nephilim form, you gain 4 temporary health boxes at the lightly wounded level. These boxes are not damaged when you gain them. They take damage before your permanent light. So basically temp health. You get some temp health. You gain, you're bigger, you're buffer, you're stronger, you do more damage. Cool. So this is just basically like going Krynos. Why am I just speaking as if my viewers, the same parts of my brain that are damaged through decades of exposure to World of Darkness are damaged in my viewers? I hope not, for your sake. I hope that meant nothing to you. If going Krynos did mean something to you, I'm sorry. That's a part of your brain that could probably be doing something more useful. This is, of course, a low-key dig at Werewolf, because I hate Werewolf. You get it. Yeah, some of you lived through Mage. Struggle Bus, I don't think you were on the stream when I went. I did. I'll make this derail very short. But future plans for streams include doing a head-to-head comparison of Mage the Ascension and Mage the Awakening, and then also as Geist the Sin Eater first and second editions, and eventually Changeling the Dreaming, Changeling the Lost, and Changeling the Lost second edition. All 3. That's going to take me probably the better part of a month. Have I earned Angela? No. Have I earned? Wait, have I earned Angela? Have I warned Angela? Is that what we're going for here? I think it's probably, yeah, warned. No. And this is, Angela is kept far away from these streams. Just in general. No worries. I was like, I'm pretty sure he meant warned. Angela is in general kept far away from these streams because I'm look, I like fantasy games, and no. Also, she has a life on a real job. I have a mental condition. We are not the same. Love you, Angela. By the way, if for some reason you actually are watching, also, I don't know if we have permission to announce it yet, but Angela, tomorrow. So two things are happening tomorrow. One of which you, the viewer, can be privy to, and another one which you will be privy to later on. The first is that I will be guesting on a stream tomorrow evening. Playing the game, the two-player game, I Have the High Ground. I will be playing on PB's stream. I believe they are on chat, so I'm probably lurking on chat and freaking out, going like, damn it, Dan, warn me before you call out or something like that. I'm still waiting to see. I don't know if they've posted anything on the social media, so I'm waiting for them to post something on the social medias so then I can promo it on mine. But in the meantime, just as a preparation for that, if you haven't followed on my socials, there they are, chat. There they are. See, I'm getting better at remembering to hit the buttons. So that's happening tomorrow evening. Watch my socials and PB socials once I retweet, reskeet. Oh God, is blue? Are we still sticking with skeets for Blue Sky? I don't know. Anyway, when I reskeet. PB's announcement, it'll be on my socials there. But yeah, tomorrow that's happening. But also separately, completely unrelated, Angela will be interviewing a well-known figure in the tabletop RPG podcasting universe, shared universe. Stream Elements, I appreciate your initiative. But I actually don't have any games up there right now. I need to fix that. That will change hopefully this weekend. But thanks, Stream Elements Bot. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I really do. For quite possibly the first time ever, wrong time to place that link. There's nothing there right now. Anyway. Point is, she will be doing an interview with a figure. I would name him. Well, I've already said it's a him. That narrows it down to so few people in the industry. Anyway, big interview tomorrow that she will be conducting and will be on the podcast. Remember that one? There we go. For tomorrow, I'm excited for that. You should be too. Big things happening tomorrow. It's just trying to help, but Angela's interview sounds neat. Curious to see. Yeah, well, you'll recognize the name. Again, I'm not saying it because I didn't arrange this, so I don't know. As soon as I see any kind of promo to give, I will be promoting it. But yeah, look, 2025 is if 2024 was a trash fire, the trash fire, it's now an uncontained fire. It's horrible, but we here at Fandible and just on personal levels, each of us with our various projects, it feels like 2025 is the year we're trying to finally be just a smidge less antisocial and actually collab and work with others. It's still a terrifying concept, but we're trying. Anyway, let's get back to it. So big, strong angel, half human bug person. Rank 2, invest 2 additional humanity for a total of 4. Gain the following in addition to the benefits. So in addition to all that, more strong, more tough, still even harder for you to hide. Armor, just straight up armor. And a penalty to your charisma-based checks because you are huge. And yeah, this is going to apply to, it's like, to whoever would find your height disquieting. That's going to be everybody. A 9-foot tall person comes up to you, you're going to be a little disquieted, I do believe. And more temporary health added. Cool. So again, just bigger, stronger, faster, harder. Cool. That's you don't really need more than that. Let's see here. Rank 3, invest And then, sorry, just checking YouTube real quick. Invest an additional 2 humanity for a total of 6. Gain the following in addition to... Okay, so this is one of those weird ones, because usually rank 1 and 2 are active abilities, and then rank 3 is a passive. In this case, they're all technically passive. It's just like the higher the rank, the bigger, the stronger, the harder, the faster. Well, not necessarily faster, just bigger, stronger, harder. Maybe faster if it's a might check, but definitely bad to stealth. Like you are huge, you are strong, you are not hiding out. Fine. If you have a +2 ability, but a +3 ability bonus to your might checks, you do an extra 2d3 damage, you have toughness, you have armor, you have all these things. You don't need to hide. You shouldn't be hiding. You should be out there just fucking people's days right up. Mastery A, once per day, when you shift into your Nephilim form, you regain 2d3 physical and or spiritual strain, divided as you choose. Okay, cool. So assume the position, assume your gigantic stature, and you get refreshed. It's like, good, finally, like slowed off the meat skin. Finally, it's so tight in there. Is how I'm choosing to interpret that. Mastery B, you do not gain the bonus to effective toughness from rank 1 or 2. Instead, while in your Nephilim form, melee attacks deal addition. Okay, so if you just want to be DPS rather than tank, you can take Mastery B. Fair. Cool. I love having the option. What happens if you overload it? Spend 5 humanity, gain +1 effective toughness for the purpose of reducing damage and strain, 5 temporary strain that can be used for your physical actions, yada yada yada. So basically, it's just literally overloading, overclocking your thing. You get even a little tougher, you gain some strain, some temporary strain that you can spend to push yourself further. Cool. Nothing too crazy. Liminality. When an attack hits you, but all of the damage is applied only to the temporary health boxes by this ability, gain +1 liminality, which means you go fleshy. Which is what you want, because if you go fleshy, you do an additional +2d3 damage, which would make it... which would basically make it... And if you have... like rank 3 already, you're doing +4 2d3, or sorry, +4d3 damage. So you would do on an average roll. Let's get these and roll them and see what we would get. That's not a great roll. That's a 3, a 2, and 2 1s. So that's math. That's 7 points of extra damage, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in this game it kinda is when you add it to whatever damage you were probably already doing with your attack. So that's not bad. That's not bad. Again, this is going Krenos. This is going big, going strong, big combat thing, solid. Makes sense. Makes sense. No major complaints about this one. Kind of simple compared to some other ones, but also it gets the job done. No complaints about this particular Nephilim power. Let's keep going. Nephilim Metamorphosis is Raiment of Dead Stars. Okay, that is already in the running for most metal. Oh, where'd my dice go? Where'd the Dan, stop throwing dice around. I see it. I see it. Sorry, I need to rescue the dice. I need to rescue the dice. Bear with me. This is important. We did it. Dice rescued. All right, we're back. We're back. Raiment of Dead Stars, immediately nominated for most metal ability name so far. Let's see what it does. The Nephilim's body is encased in a flexible yet durable chitin, insectile and alien in appearance, that is capable of shrugging off all but the most devastating attacks. Okay, so if this one is the general sort of like big, strong, this is more tanky, sounds like. Sounds like it's more focused on armor. Let's see. Rank 1. Invest 2 humanity. Gain 2 armor. You may spend physical and spiritual strain interchangeably to reduce health and or stress damage. Or -1 to physical against your charisma because you are unnatural and weird. So yeah, it's basically just armor. Invest 2 addition for more armor. So armor total is 6. And you must get increasingly ugly. Mastery A, once per scene, when this ability is active, when a single instance of 10 or more damage, or total damage, is completely nullified by a combination of your armor and strain reduced damage direction, you regain 2d3 strain, divided as you choose between physical and spiritual. All right, cool. So you tank so hard you actually heal. Cool. I actually like that. Just tank so hard you end up healing. And then Mastery B, when you are hit in melee and this ability is active, your attacker takes 1d3, 1d3 damage. If you have rank 3 Gigantic Stature active at the same time, this damage is instead 2d3, 1d3. If you have rank 3 of Unnatural Weapons active... Oh, okay, so this is cool. You may spend 1 physical or spiritual strain to cast 1 instance of this damage to deal 0, 2d3 instead, or 0, 3d3 if rank 3 of Gigantic Stature is also active. So this is neat. It actually... There's one way to tank, a little masochistic, but it works, right? But okay, so this means that the abilities kind of stack on each other. At least this one does. That's kind of, okay. That's neat. I do like the synergy there. That they're all stacked on one another. But also, once you start stacking things on this, it sounds like the Nephilim is like a major like damage to you. You're a terror on the battlefield. Not to be confused. I mean, that said, I think when we were looking earlier at the Eminent, right, and we did the math on like what happens by the time, like it takes them a while to ramp up during combat, but if you summon all the different thought forms and then you have the final ability, the Legion one, you can kind of like, yeah, if you do the full like rank 3, rank 2, rank, yeah, all of these, like the full power version of Legion for an Eminent, if they manage to get like all the emanations, all the thought forms and everything, I could see them kind of going toe to toe with the Nephilim, but the Eminent needs like 6 rounds to get there, right? That's the thing with the Eminent, it's a slow ramp up in power. These guys, like, I mean, yes, you have to rank up your powers, but once they're ranked up, once you turn them on, you are just from round 1, once you turn things on, you are a terror on the battlefield. Let's see, and then if you overload the Raiment of Dead Stars, spend 5 humanity, ignore all damage from an incoming attack. All right, that's some anime bullshit right there, and I'm down for it. At the start of your next turn, check against daze and a -2 situational penalty. This effect can only occur. Okay, so basically you just like, you tank so hard that you survive, but then you're kind of like, whoa, after. Additionally, you are a +2 effective toughness, acuity, and force of will for the purpose of damage for the... Okay, so you stay tanky. Here we get tanky and we stay tanking. We stay tanking. And then your liminality, what happens? So gain +1 liminality when you are hit with an attack but take no damage. +1 liminality, you gain +2 armor because again, things stack. When at +1 liminality, you may reset your liminality to 0 at any time. If you do, instantly cancel any bleeding or burning status effects you're currently suffering. That's huge. That's big. All right. Again, the Nephilim are looking like a very powerful... Actually, let's go back. Again, we did this yesterday with all of them. Let's go back real quick and see how the Nephilim were described at the beginning of the chapter. So the Nephilim up here. An archetype with bodily transformations that grant extreme tanking support, which is what definitely we've been seeing, with potential to trade survivability for more melee damage, strong magic damage, and debuff power at range. Okay, so we still haven't seen the magic damage and debuff power at range. But all of this stuff, yeah, we've seen this. Incredible, grant extreme tanking support, and then you can trade some of that survivability, some of that tanking, as shown like here, to do more damage instead. So that means we are due for some magic damage and debuff powers at range. Is that what we're going to be seeing with unnatural weapons? No, I think this one is... ooh, goddamn, all of them are so fucking metal. Okay, so Nephilim Metal Forces, unnatural weapons is fine. Unnatural weapons is still kind of like hardcore, but not crazy. But then the Diadem of Slain Gods, followed by Profane Soul Fire, and then Spirit to Flesh is fine. And it could still be the name of a metal song, but like, you know, Raiment of Dead Stars, Diadem of Slain Gods, Profane Soul Fire. This is the Edgelord class. We found the Edgelord class. That's just what this is. So the unnatural weapons, the Nephilim's body churns. That's the kind of term you really want to hear when it's referring to somebody's body. Hi, Kitty. Are you churning? Are you churning, sweetheart? She might be. All right, there she goes. Are we sitting down? What are we doing? Hey. Let's. Hey, no, don't. No, she's walking away. Are we not? I thought we were going to do the thing, and no, she walked away. It's like, Dad, I'm not your dancing monkey. I'm a cat. I will not perform on cue. Well, hey, your cat food is not cheap. If you will perform on cue, or I can't do that. I can't tell her you will perform on cue, or you won't get fed. She will get fed. I will go hungry before she does. I'm not a good ringmaster. Then I am going to go hungry before she gets fed at the rate things are going. Anyway, unnatural weapons. Your Nephilim's body churns. I'm going to get past that word, but I'm going to linger on it for a little while because churns. With impossible growth and adaptation, forging weapons of flesh, tooth, and bone in an unending frenzy of bodily transformation. Cool. Gross. So it is the edgelord one. It is the body horror one. Jesus, I know you're not watching because you're at work and you are responsibly employed, unlike me. But should you ever watch this, I found your character, the body horror character. This is yours. This is for you. This is the character for Jesus, the character that was made for Jesus, the Jesus character. Rank 1 of unnatural weapons. Invest 2 humanity. Your unarmed attacks deal 4 + 4. Plus 4 damage. You may spend 2. It's just not dice. Just plus 4. Just straight. That's rule. That's rank 1. You may spend 2 physical and or spiritual strain to cause your next unarmed attack to deal 1 + 1d3. Damage for this enhanced attack counts as magic and causes days in addition to bleeding. You suffer a -1. Okay, so basically, claw hands. Rank 2, invest 2 additional humanity. So basically, okay, I'm seeing what's happening here. So the higher ranks just let you do more damage. You have built-in unnatural weapons, and the higher your rank, the more damage the weapons do. Pretty straightforward. Mastery A. The first time that you damage an entity with an unarmed attack while this ability is active, they must check endurance vitality against the attack check with which you hit them. If they fail, they suffer a -1 ability penalty to all physical. So basically, you maim somebody, you do damage, and now they have penalties going forward. Or Mastery B, while natural weapons is active, you may spend 1 humanity to allow your next unarmed attack to target any entity within 1 area of you. Alright, so that version of it lets you basically do the venom. Like extend your hideous half-angel form to a whole other area and just fuck somebody up with them, with your finger knives. Cool. Alright, I'm going to assume before I look at it that overloading just makes you just grow weapons out of everywhere. You go full Tasmanian Devil. Let's see if I'm right. Spend 5 humanity and 4 initiative points. Gain 6 interrupt initiative, which may only be used while this metamorphosis is active and only to make unarmed attacks. Yep, I was right. Attacks made in this way do not contribute to a rush condition. You may only use this overload once per scene. So 6 initiative is enough for 3 attacks because your standard attack is 2 initiative cost. So yeah, it's exactly what I thought it was. You turn into the Tasmanian Devil. You activate, you spend 5 humanity, spend 4 initiative, and you do 3 attacks. You gain 3 attacks with all your super nasty angel claws. Cool. Definitely pure damage, pure DPS. Understood. Kitty. Sorry, I'm looking at my cat, and she is... You know what? Let's see. I'm going to do something. Let's see. All right. Yeah, you're getting a bit of a backseat. You're getting this to the other table here, and there she is. Looking very... Also, is kind of like off to the side there. Well, look at her. She looks so... Hi. Are you doing your Le Chat Noir? Are you posing? Dad. All right, she's walking away now. I'm embarrassing her. Dad, you're embarrassing me. All right, there she goes. She'll be back. Surely she'll be back. But I know what you people are here for. I know what your kind likes. Cats. Yeah, she's had her limelight, but she'll be back. She always comes back. All right. Anyway, okay. So weapons, cool. Go full Tasmanian Devil and Liminality. Gain +1 Liminality when hitting with an arm attack. And then it not only do you do more damage, but by doing more damage, you gain Liminality. When you gain Liminality, you do even more damage. Cool. And then you can reset your Liminality back to 0, and you ignore half of all. So also it's a little tanky. Oh no, sorry. This ignore armor and damage reduction, though not strain-based damage on your next attack. So basically, armor piercing by lowering your Liminality back down. Okay, cool. That's very tactical. I like it. All right. Let me wet my whistle just for a moment. Bear with me. Back to it. Diadem of Slain Gods. By virtue of the countless universes that have been devoured by the outer dark, the Nephilim's very substance is that of the cannibalized divine. Okay, that's metal. That's metal as fuck. I'm so yeah, metal as fuck. I love it. I'm a big fan of that. Also, a little bit of also just the classic like. Curse you all. Yeah, it's just a little bit of that too in general. Although for whatever reason, my script that does this then just keeps the curses hidden or shown forever. I don't know why that happens, but it does. Anyway, just a little bit of both, a little bit of woo and a little bit of like, oh my god. I like this. It's look, here's the thing. It's a little cringe. But at the same time, I do love it. I do. The curses are, especially apparently, I don't know why it's broken. I don't know. I keep trying to fix things, and they just keep breaking. Does that relate to just life in general, and not just the stream stuff? Shut up. Let's go. Okay. Again, the Nephilim's very substance is that of the cannibalized divine. I mean, that's dope. I like it. I'm not gonna lie to you. On the internet, lies never. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be honest with you, my viewers. You made the effort of being here, and I've never not waxed poetic struggle bus. I get up. I wax up. I wax on. Wax off. Poems. All the way through. All right, my life is just one. It's art. It's art. That is why I'm broke. That is why I'm broke, because my every action is a piece of art, and therefore, gonna die alone and hungry. Good times. By briefly revealing its numinous essence, the Nephilim can subdue potential attackers with its sheer radiance, causing fits of shame, weeping, and even love. Yeah. I look. This is my daily experience. Except instead of me being the one that, exposes my sheer radiance to others, I am the one instead consumed by fits of weeping and shame and even love. Look into your eyes. Love. Look, it's about that time of year. We're getting there. We're about to get we're about to get hit with the corporate love day. So I'm so alone. Hey, cool. So let's assume that a Nephilim has, in fact, tried to subdue us as a potential attacker with its sheer radiance. So we are now have a fits of shame, weeping, and even love. How does that work? How does that work in the game? I know how it works in real life all too well, but I don't know how it works in the game. Let's find out. Yeah, National Singles Awareness Day is coming up. I am very much aware of my singlehood. I'm playing it up for the stream. I'm actually fine. I'm actually absolutely fine. I've actually had friends sort of try and set me up and recommend and go like, hey, have you met this person? And I'm like, I really shouldn't be dating anybody right now. It's not. No, I don't think it would be good. I don't think me dating somebody would be good now. I am not, there's not enough of me to date somebody right now is my assessment of this, and it's fine, and I'm actually quite fine with that. I'm despite my playing it up for stream. Okay, look, if I could get a sugar, that's a completely different thing, Arbalest. That's a completely different thing. All right. I think I've said this in previous streams. My strategy for finding love at the ripe old age of being old and smelling kind of ripe, false. I bathe regularly. For definitions of I bathe every day. I smell fine. Anyway, look, my strategy for finding love in this day and age right now is to simply be weird and continue day by day getting just a little weirder until it triggers some woman's instinct to go like, the fuck's going on here? Let me do something about this. That is, I think. Hey, Bathan, how you doing? Welcome in. Look, okay, we're talking about a tabletop RPG. Surely that's what we're here for. But also, we were just exposed to the sheer radiance of the diadem of slain gods, which can induce fits of shame, weeping, and even love. And therefore, anyway, welcome in, Bathan. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Ni hao, que pasa, habibi? How are you, friend? We look, okay. My strategy is just keep getting weirder until some woman finally was like, what's going on here, and kind of just steps in and does something about it. Somebody really should do something about it. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna stay here and continue being increasingly weird. How's that working for me, by the way, you ask? Not well. Not well at all. But regardless, I persist. Anyway, glad to hear you're doing good. I hear you're doing good. Tired, we all are. It's a tired kind of year, and we're just getting started. All right, so let's actually get to the mechanics of this game, of the actual topic that we're supposed to be talking about. Wish me luck. So at rank 1, we spend 3 initiative points and we check intimidation or presence versus discipline or stability against all chosen entities. So this is look, I'm going to keep tying it to World of Darkness. So what I've been doing all stream, I'm going to continue doing it. You can't stop me. You literally, physically cannot stop me. None of you knows where I live. But it reminds me of what's that? There's a vampire power. Presence, right? Presence. There is a vampire power from Vampire the Masquerade. A little known indie game called Vampire the Masquerade. And one of the powers, one of the abilities is kind of like just like, look at me, I'm so cool, and everybody goes like, ooh, you are. So it sounds like that's what we kind of got here. You go like, look at me. I'm a giant god bug thing. I am made of human and bug and again, as it says here, a gestalt of angels pulled from a heaven totally alien to us. Cool. So you expose that to the world, and to keep it topical, you expose that to the world, and the Trump administration immediately outlaws it. Roll 2d3 psychic damage. I couldn't help myself. Fuck the Republican Party. Fuck U.S. politics in general. Fuck the empire. Burn it all down. So that happens. You do the check, and okay, against all chosen entities, your line of sight, ignoring any penalties to your charisma. Boo and ow, and hey, it's my stream. I get to make the bad jokes. They're not all gonna be bangers. They can't all be bangers. Legally, they're not allowed to be bangers. We all know DEIA causes plane crashes. Oi. Don't get me started on that whole thing. Look, the one thing I will say on the whole DC situation is that I don't live in DC, and therefore I'm going to shut up about the conspiracies, because there are a lot of like conspiracies and whatnot going on online. But all I've heard from like people that I know that actually live in DC are like, hey, the DC airspace is kind of a special case. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's horrifying, but shut the fuck up. And you know what? They're right. They're right. So I'm going to. But it is batshit crazy. We're 2 weeks into the new administration. 2 weeks. Woo! All right. So anyway, you do this, and then this counts as a horror check by the victim. Rude. Your victim suffered different effects based on what skill you chose to use. Oh, okay. So if you use intimidation, your victim suffer a -1 ability penalty to hit you with attacks and must spend 1 additional initiative point to attack anyone but you until they succeed in hitting you. So this is like at least the intimidation version is very much a provoke. It's from a tanking point of view. It is like, you're banging your shield and going like, hit me, and you're gonna be like, oh shit, I have to hit him, and he is a big scary bug angel thing. But also, like, they have to, they're so focused on you being a big scary bug angel thing that they can't really, it's harder for them to pay attention to anything else. Or if you use presence, kind of same thing, they'll still be harder for anybody to pay attention to anything but you. But your victims suffer a -1 ability penalty to hit anyone but you with attacks. It's not the same thing. And must spend 1 additional initiative point to attack. Oh, wait. They're basically the same thing. Okay, so... Oh! Interesting. Okay. Huh. So, if you use intimidation, they have a harder time hitting you and a harder time attacking anyone except you. But if you use presence, they have a harder time hitting anyone else and have to find it harder to hit you as well. All right, that's an interesting approach. Interesting approach to what's going on. It is a subtle difference, but I like it. I like that. That's okay. So that's rank 1. That's rank 1. You go like, look at me, bug, angel, human. I'm all 3. 50% bug, 50% angel, 50% human. Does the math make sense? No, and that's why it's fucked up. And the people that you aim at to are going like, oh my god, that is fucked up, and then they have a hard time, which understandably so. Let's put these dice in the dice jail temporarily, just because I feel like doing it. I'm normally a Prussian abolitionist, by the way, but when it comes to dice do not have rights. Quote me on that, clip that, put it on the internets, put it on social media. It's time I quoted a little bit of controversy here. All right, so I said it, I'll say it again. Dice don't have rights. So I am a Prussian abolitionist, prison abolitionist when it comes to human beings, not to dice. The dice know what they did and what they will do. This is also precog. This is basically you put them in dice jail for a little while, and then they know better. When you let them out, they're like, yeah, no, we'll be good. We don't want to go back in. They know. How do I keep... What is this? What am I doing? What? Hey, rank 2 of the Diadem of the Slain Gods. Once again, metal as fuck. Functions identically to rank 1. Cool. But extra penalties. Okay, so basically just more. The same thing, but more. I am so shiny. I am so bug. And he goes like, holy shit, you are both shiny and bug. Now I'm extra freaked out. Rank 3, finally, something different. A passive. Once per scene, you may spend 2 humanity to replace an attack roll affected by this ability with a -1. All right. Cool, I guess. Lets you once per scene. I guess it does let you deflect like one big attack if you know it's coming. All right, cool enough. Mastery A of the Diadem of the Slain Gods. The first time each scene that you succeed with an intimidation check with this ability, regain. Okay, so you are so big and spooky and intimidating that you actually feel better about yourself after. Cool. Not going to complain about it. Mastery B. You may spend 2 spiritual and or physical strain to use rank 1, rank 2, or the overload ability, which I haven't gotten to yet, of this ability for 3 initiative points, which can be spent defensively if you use this ability in response to an attack that would cost additional initiative points. Under this ability's effects, the attacker loses the commensurate extra initiative points immediately. All right, so basically you can bust out the semi-angelic glory in a pinch by having the B mastery of this. Cool. What's the overload? Spend 5 humanity, check intimidation. Okay, so same system, check intimidation, blah, blah, blah. On a success, if you use intimidation, your victim must spend an additional 2 initiative points to attack anyone but you. If you use presence, your victim must spend 2 additional initiative points to attack you for the rest of the scene. All right, anything more on the other page? No, it's just that. That feels... Isn't that basically what the other powers already do? Against a single entity you can see versus that's the thing, like rank 1 lets you do that to everybody in sight, and that one feels weird. It feels like a lower, like it's what you already have. I mean, it's not so bad, I guess, if it stacks. It's like you use your diadem of the slain gods, and so everybody who can, all chosen entities in my line of sight, gain the penalties that I chose to apply based on the roll. Then on top of that, if I spend 5 humanity for the overload, I do the check again against a single entity, and then that entity gets more penalties in addition to. It feels weird. It's like, why am I spending humanity to basically do the same thing that I'm doing to an entire group, but only do it to a single person? Not like an even a bigger thing, just like. That one feels weird. Wait. Let me see something. I think the Nephilim actually had an errata. But it's not there. It's not there. Okay, so the Nephilim actually had an errata back in the gigantic stature. Okay, so if you invested 1 humanity, okay, there we go. So it's actually a bit of a nerf. Nephilim Metamorphosis, Gigantic Stature, rank 1, invest 2 humanity, and it's a +1 ability bonus to might checks at level 1, not a +2 ability bonus to start with. Okay, it's not a huge errata, but it makes sense. Okay, well, that doesn't... Okay, yeah, I'm unsure. I like the Diadem of the Slain Gods overall. It definitely feels like a Vampire the Masquerade power. I don't know what's going on with that overload. I feel like I'm missing something about it, but I'm not sure what. I do know what's going on with my kitty, who's just coming up here behind me. Hi, sweetheart. And you're rubbing up against the mic. Everybody loves it when the cats rub up against the mic, don't they? Yes, they do. I'm giving you scritchies. There we go. Okay, I don't know if y'all are seeing this. I mean, oh, never mind. No, I'm not turning the camera now because we've had this discussion, Kat. We've had this discussion, RE, your butthole, and putting it on camera without charging people for it. We've been clear. We had this talk yesterday. Are you going to come by? Are you going to come back? You're walking away because you want me to stand up and go sit on the couch and give you lap time. I know what's happening here. I've given you lap time all day, and I will give you lap time after, sweetheart. I'm talking to my cat like she understands me. You people asked for this. I'm going to assume deep down inside this is what you want. This is what you tune in for. Cool. All right, let's move on to the next part. This is being a cat. It is. Hi, kitty. You're going to just keep rubbing up against the mic, aren't you? That makes for great audio. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves that. Okay, now I can move the camera a little. There we go. So you can actually see what's happening here. You can actually see what's there she goes. See, look at that. She's like, no, Dad, the moment you point the camera at me, I walk away. Much like Green Day. Sweetheart, come here. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Look, let the people see you. The ineffable terror of being perceived. All right, and then liminality basically gain -1. Okay, so when you use this diadem of slain gods, your liminality starts going in the other direction, so you become negatively liminal, which means you are now kind of more ghostly. Cool. And then a -1 liminality, your intimidation. So you get a bonus because now you are ghostly. But you can reset it. So all of them seem to have that. You go more in the direction of what your power is, whether positively, whether you go dark or flesh on your liminality. And then you would kind of like reset that to gain an additional power to boost your ability. If you do, so if you reset it, if you do, all entities under the effects of this ability must make a check against breakdown, suffering from the opportunity. Okay, so basically they are already kind of like, oh wow, you are so bug and shiny, and then you go like, shunk, and you like you go normal, you go from extra shiny ghostly to like more solid, and everybody just like suffers mental damage. Cool. All right. Nice. Just like a little... It's very crowd control-y, I feel like. Let's check now. So, Profane Soul Fire. Yet again, we're back to the metal-sounding ability names. The sparks of otherworldly force that kindled existence in our reality is part of a greater flame. Though through their kinship to the intelligence or intelligences that created our universe, the Nephilim can harness the most meager shadow of that fire, incinerating flesh and soul alike. Wait, let me adjust this now. Now it's kind of like cutting me off there. There we go, maybe. Yes, cool, better? I don't know. It'll have to do. All right, so let's see. Rank 1 of Profane Soul Fire. Spend 2 initiative points, fire a beam of dark fire. Chunibyo, this is so edgelord. I love it. It's edgelord as fuck, but I do love it. Spend 2 initiative points to fire a beam of dark fire. There she goes. Fire a beam of dark fire. They could have, you know, a bit of editing there. Maybe launch, release, or something else, not just fire. Anyway. Using a natural attack with either athletics or knowledge, Eldritch, which deals 4+2 damage, causes dazed rather than bleeding. This ability counts as a magical entity hit with his attack. Suffers a -1 ability penalty to the next horror check. Okay, so you're doing dark fire damage, and but instead of bleeding or burning, it's mental damage, it's daze. But also, they are more vulnerable to horror because they have been hit by dark edgelord fire. Sorry, wet my whistle a little bit. All right. Rank 2, spend 2 initiative points to fire a blast of dark fire at up to 3 entities in the same area. Use an edge. Okay, so same sort of logic, same amount of damage. It's just now an area effect, which takes up to 3 targets. Rank 3, spend 2 initiative points and 3 humanity to fire an exploding fireball. Fireball straight up. Okay, so rank 1 is magic missile. Rank 2 is burning hands. Rank 3 is fireball. Fire an exploding sphere of dark fire at every entity in one target area within line of sight, and yada yada yada. It does more damage. It causes daze. Yada yada. So it's dark fireball. It's a psychic fireball. Mastery A, when you hit an enemy with any rank of this ability, you may spend 1 humanity to have the hit inflict burning rather than daze. So once you master it, you can turn it into real fire. And then Mastery B, once receiving, you impose a -, or you can make it extra daisy. -2 ability penalty to 1 daze or burning check prompted by this ability. Cool. And now what happens when you overload it? Let's see. Is it Meteor? By any chance, on your turn, spend 4 initiative points and 5 humanity to fire an enormous column of dark flame at all entities in an area up to 3 areas away, as well as all entities in between you and that area. Jesus Christ. So this is like the Kamehameha of edgelordness. What's the way? Kamehameha? So that's the cry, but it's the attack? Is it energy beam, energy ball? Is it just the Kamehameha? Oh my god, look, I'm an anime fan. I was never that big of a Dragon. I like Dragon Ball Z. I've watched so much Dragon Ball Z. It is not. I don't have as many points in Weeb. No, Weeb card not denied. Okay, look, I will show you. In fact, we're going to ads in about 5 minutes. I will go and I will take a photo of the screen of the program that I use to. In fact, I don't even have to do that. Wait, I can make that happen right now. No. I'm going to reclaim my Weeb card right here, right now. Give me a second. There we go. Stremio. You asked for this. Oh ho ho. Oh ho ho. Give me a second. I'm gonna switch back here. This is why it takes me days. Oh wait, no, never mind. I don't have it. What do you mean I don't have it? No, I have it installed. Look, there it is. There it is. There we go. Okay, and let me see. My continue watching. All right, and then let's kind of make this, move this. I want to move it, and then wait, what do I have on my browser? Okay, this is fine. This is fine. That's fine. I don't mind this one. Let's go. Let's get. Okay, so that's my browser. Ignore the browser. Ignore the browser. I am just changing this here. No, wait, really? Is there not a? Oh no! Can I? Oh my God! Does it not work? Oh my God! I think maybe it doesn't. Maybe you can't actually share it. Oh, that's fascinating. That's fascinating if true. Oh, that's so weird. Okay, wait. Can I do it with game capture instead? I wonder. Let's see if I do it with game capture instead. No? I guess not. I guess it doesn't really work. Oh, that's so weird. I mean, probably good. Probably for the best that it doesn't work. All right, you know what? I'll have to do it. I'll have to do it. No. An S rank 8. Look. All right, fine. You know what? I'll do this during the break. I will show you. All right, I can just take a. Can I? Okay. Well, let me take a screenshot. Oh wait. Wait. What happened here? Let's see. Can I take a screenshot? Maybe. Let's see. Copy to clipboard. And then, that's not really what, well, I guess it does kind of work. You know what? We'll do this during the break. I'm getting, point is, it's all anime. That's why I wanted to share, because I can scroll down, and it's just all anime all the way down. But technology has failed. Technology was a mistake, as was the internet, and yet here we all are. Point is, I refuse to be shamed for not being the biggest Dragon Ball Z fan. All right, it was just you know, it is I that's the thing. I have actually watched all. Yes, I have watched. The only thing that I haven't watched in Dragon Ball Z is the most recent one, DBC. I forgot, Gaiman or Gai or something like that. That one I haven't seen yet, but I've watched all the other ones. I'm just not that big a fan of it, and also there's so much nerd shit in my brain. All right, thank you, Arbalest. Kamehameha is the name of the attack, so I was right. I was just doubtful. It's just been a while. So technically, I was right. The best kind of correct, technically correct. So once again, I reject your ranking, and I reclaim my time and my S rank. How convenient. I gotta go and drive home. Take care, all. All right, no worries. Take care, Struggle Bus. Assuming you're actually leaving and that weren't actually joking. Either way, I'm happy you're here. Love you, man. Kaio, yeah, that one I know. The Kaioken is basically 10 times power, but it kind of, you know, it eats up your life, whatever. So the funny part is, like, this shit is still there. Like, the whole thing with, like, what was it? So the Ultra Instinct and all that, like, that's still calling back to the Kaioken. Like, that's part of, like, what he does, I think, in the big fight against, oh, cripes, I'm bad at names. Jiren. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he does that during the fight with Jiren, where he activates, like, Ultra Instinct, and then, when that's not quite enough, he goes back to the beginning, he goes back to his roots, and activates the Kaioken on top of that, because that's how that works, and it's kind of cool, actually. It's kind of cool. Anyway, to be honest, I rail against certain homework. Also true. Like, no. Gatekeeping. Just because you haven't watched a particular, like, look, if we're gonna talk gatekeeping, we're gonna talk who's a real anime fan, who's not a real anime fan. Everyone here who is not up to date on both the anime and manga of One Piece can shut the hell up. All right, if you don't even have the stamina to be up to date with One Piece, do not come at me about who's a real weeb or not. All right, that's my last word on that. If you have watched all of One Piece and you're fully up to date on both the anime and the manga, then we should be friends. Why are we arguing? One Piece is real. This is why you let buff stacks or not. Oh my god. Anyway, you'll note, dear viewer. By the way, I want everybody here on chat to realize something, and what we're gonna realize as I switch back to the main intro screen is that it's been an hour since the last ad break, and we did not finish Nephilim. We are on the we're finishing the second hour of today's stream. And we've gotten through barely one. We finished Medium and are about at the same point where we left Medium off yesterday at Nephilim. May I remind you, there are still 10 archetypes. How is this happening? How? I mean, I know exactly how it's happening. Derail successful. Yeah, exactly. That's how it's happening. Thank you so much, chat. You know what? You've earned this. You've earned this. What have you earned? You've earned this ad break. We'll be right back. 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and we'll be right back. Are we back? I do believe we are. And hey, Arbalist, yes, I did get them. I think I downloaded all of them. I have to double check the email and make sure that I downloaded all the ones you sent me. Much sincerely, super appreciated. I haven't gotten around to print them out yet, but I did grab them. I've just had a busy week. And also, if you're wondering like what I would actually like, what things I'm missing right now, the things that I'm looking at for 3D printing right now is terrain. Like I'm looking at like some of like those like dungeon block kind of things, like stuff to let you like build, you know, basically terrain, walls, floors, knickknacks, you know, indoors, outdoors, etc. Like that's the stuff I'm looking at right now, so that I can set that up for like battlefields and stuff. Because at least in terms of like monsters and figures, I think I have most of what I need. But yeah, if you've got anything like that you can share out, that I would sincerely appreciate, because also most of those are not. I signed up for a Patreon just for 1 month, and we'll see if I stick around with them. It's for I forget which one it was. Give me a second. Let me actually shout them out by name, because they do good stuff. I've already shouted out JPEGU for their maps, or battle maps, which are generally speaking pretty neat. But let's see here. It was the Dragon's Rest. The Dragon's Rest. So they have a whole system, and I signed up for their Patreon so that I could grab the stuff they have out now. And you know, see what else they've got. But anyway, point is, yes, Arbalist, if you have any terrain and just sort of like building and dungeon and stuff, STLs, could be, you know, definitely would appreciate you sending those my way as well. Let's see, Bathan says drive-through is something like that, but I can't obviously confirm if you have it looking 3D. Yeah. Like I have to actually check. I actually haven't checked drive-through now that I think about it. I've checked a few other sites. My Mini Factory and a few like that are like dedicated specifically to that. I was not aware actually that Dungeon Drive-Thru has 3D STLs, but I'll have to check. I had not checked. So thanks for the heads up on that. I'll check to see what they have. Anyway, let's get back to the topic at hand that we're supposed to be talking about. Can I at least finish the Nephilim before I finish the stream? I don't know, man. Don't put this much pressure on me. Cool. So Profane Soulfire, level 1 is Magic Missile, level 2 is Burning Hands, level 3 is your basic Fireball. Overload is not really Meteor, it's more like Flame Strike. I'm using, when it comes to like basic combat stuff and fireballs, I'm gonna use D&D terminology just because it's the easiest. But it's more like Pillar of Flame, I guess, the Overload, but it's like a horizontal Pillar of Flame. Drive-through stuff is under maps and plays. Oh, that's why. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out later. All right, and then liminality. So basically you go dark when you use this, and then the more liminality, the less liminality you have, rather, they get penalties to resist the effects. And if you do the whole thing with liminality, you hit an entity with any rank or the overload ability, you may reset your liminality from 1 to 0. If you do this use of the ability, it ignores half of that entity's damage reduction. Okay, so basically armor piercing, magic armor piercing, if you reset your liminality. Cool. Again, I do very much like that for every archetype in this game. Once you kind of, like, each one is different. Each one is its own system. Each one has its own unique mechanic to go with it, but they are self-consistent within them. So it's like once a mechanic is introduced for a specific archetype, that mechanic makes sense within the archetype's powers, which I think is very well done in the part of this game. All right, Spirit to Flesh. I'm going like full Jerry, not Jerry Seinfeld, Jerry Lewis on this. Like, hello, lady, pretty lady. The Nephilim's body, says Spirit to Flesh description. The Nephilim's body is a living conduit to the outer darkness, and by mastering the use of that connection, the normal problems of conservation of mass and energy are obviated, as the Nephilim heals nearly instantly from wounds, sometimes regrowing organs and limbs in a mere moment. Okay, so this is your healing and regeneration power. Sounds like. Rank 1 does not cost humanity to use. Just spend 1 initiative point, which can be spent defensively for the rest of the scene. You may spend any number of humanity at any time to heal yourself of an equal number of health. You may heal yourself in this way only once per scene. Interesting. Okay, kind of costly healing with the humanity, but in a pinch, if it'll keep you alive, yeah. Rank 2 is passive. Interesting. A passive already at rank 2. Ignore the restriction on the number of times you may heal yourself with rank 1 of this ability per scene. So very quickly you start shedding the limits on this. Rank 3 is also passive. Once per day you may spend 5 humanity to spend 1 uninterrupted hour healing, completely refilling, so full regeneration, completely refilling your health and reducing the severity, okay, not maybe full regeneration, reducing the severity of all injury-based conditions by 1, but still like a full heal. Not bad. Mastery A, whenever this ability would heal an extra wound box obtained from another Nephilim ability. Cool, yeah, because of the Nephilim ability will give you extra wound boxes. Cool. You may heal another extra wound box obtained from another Nephilim ability at no additional cost. All right, kind of complicated, but I see it. It's stacking again. It's doing the stacking. It's making it so the abilities from the other Nephilim, the bonuses from the other Nephilim abilities also stack with this one. I like it. And then Mastery B, once per adventure. Oof, that's okay. Let's see how big. This better be big for a once per adventure. When using rank 3, which is the whole spend 1 hour and regenerate, you may completely remove... Okay, so Mastery B is full regeneration. Completely remove an injury-based condition or cause of... Okay, not full. Or cause a debilitating injury to no longer count as debilitating. So as close as this game can get. Can a character have multiple archetypes? The answer to that is apparently yes, Phoenix. However, I haven't gotten to the part of the book where it explains how you get more than one, but I have seen multiple times in the book, and actually I'll go back to the soldier archetype real quick. You'll see how there's a note here that says that soldier is one of only 2 archetypes, the other one being cyborg, that may be taken as a 3rd or 4th archetype, and it lacks a humanity, yada yada yada. But that first sentence means that at some point you can take at least a 2nd archetype. And in theory, if you make that 3rd or archetype soldier or cyborg, you can then take a 3rd. And in theory, if you like, basically you can, sounds like you can take 2 archetypes, 2 like of all the other archetypes. So like a medium and a Nephilim, I guess. And then in theory also take a soldier. And again, theoretically, also take cyborg. And you would be a medium Nephilim medium cyborg soldier. Which the more I think about it, the more it breaks my brain. But yeah, like it does appear that the game it can let you do that. But I have not yet gotten to the mechanics of it, of how that actually works in the game. Okay, so the overload for the spiritualists, for the super healing, spend 5 humanity for the rest of the scene. Whenever you spend humanity on rank 1 or rank 2, you may spend 1 initiative point defensively to either inflict a dimensional parasitosis condition on a chosen entity in your area, giving them a -1 ability penalty to all physical actions, or increase the severity of the dimensional parasitosis condition on an enemy in your area if I further overrun, yada 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 yada. Dimensional parasitosis does not expire on the selection of humanity. Okay, so the overload for the healing is that when you activate your healing, you can spend initiative points to infect others with quote-unquote dimensional parasitosis, which gives them penalties on. So you heal and your enemies get infected by dimensional parasitosis. Which, okay, thematically I like it. Again, you are this weird combination of human flesh and angel outer outer darkness weirdness. So yeah, okay, you heal your body by effectively parasitizing the people around you, kind of. I do like that approach, I guess. And then the liminality, the whole thing. So -1 liminality when healing yourself for 5 or more health with one use of this ability. -1 liminality, you do not heal when you use this ability. Instead, you deal magic you deal magic damage equal to the amount of humanity you spend to a maximum of 5 to an entity which has just hit you with a melee attack. This damage ignores all non-magical defenses, though it can be reduced by a mental morium by spending strain on one from the toughness. When at -1 liminality, you may reset your liminality to +0 each time. If you do, gain 2 magical armor until the beginning of your next turn. Interesting. So basically, okay, so that this really changes. This changes the entire way the ability works. Because you use the ability, you heal yourself, right? You activate it, and then you actually do the healing. If you heal yourself for 5 or more health, then you go to -1 liminality. The moment that happens, the moment you turn to -1 liminality, you can't heal anymore. But instead, anytime anyone hits you, you can, with a melee attack, you can expend up to 5 humanity to damage them back for that many points. And it's like, it just automatic goes all through all your defenses and everything. All right. And it just stays that way until you do the reset. If you do the reset, now you have magic armor on top of that. Okay, it's an interesting approach. Complicated. It's a weird complication to what is otherwise a generally normal, quote unquote, healing power. I mean, not entirely normal, but interesting. All right. I see. I mean, again, I do like, it does feel like a twist, a sort of alien twist to the healing, right? Which is kind of the vibe they're going for. So yeah, overall, I approve. All right, let's take a quick look at the humanity loss table for the Nephilim. I'm so proud we actually got through them. We still got nearly 50 minutes of stream left before the last ad break. So humanity loss. So at the top of the list, 176, even if not outwardly monstrous, subject inspires a fleeting feeling of unease and occasional headaches in both humans and non-human animals in their vicinity due to the foundational wrongness of their existence in this world. Rude. 75 to 51 humanity, even if not outwardly monstrous, the subject inspires lingering feelings of dread and occasional headaches in both. Okay, so the first one is fleeting. The second one is lingering, due to the fundamental contradiction of their dual-natured being. Around the middle to low ground, 50 to 26 humanity, besides the effects on the previous range, the subject is drawn subconsciously to experience and experiment with the limits of physical existence, feeling the urge to mutilate other beings or even themselves in order to explore their nature. Okay, derail time. I am watching a TV series. I'm still on season 1 of the TV series From, F-R-O-M, From. It was airing on FX. Of course, it's airing on the good ship, Yo Ho Ho. But it's good. I'm really enjoying it. I'm still in season 1. It is one of those like weird actually this one's overtly supernatural. Series, kind of like Lost was, where there was like a weird setting and a weird situation, and people kind of trapped in a place, and strange things happen, and nobody knows why it's happening, and there's a whole mystery, and there are betrayals, and that kind of like that Lost vibe. Anyway, I'm really enjoying From. And the monsters, it's not really a spoiler to say there are monsters. It's in the show description. So I should probably give you. The show description for From is that there is this tiny town nowhere. It exists somewhere. There's this little town that traps the people that go into it. People drive in, they don't drive back out. Like once you're in, then it becomes a loop. And if you try and drive out, you end up back in the town. Anyway, During the day, it's just a little town. There's more to it than that. No spoilers. But during the day, it's kind of just this weird but sleepy little town. At night, the monsters come out at night, and the monsters are I don't want to spoil. They are kind of terrifying. You do meet them very very early on in the show, so you don't have to wait very long. I'm pretty sure you even see them on episode 1. But in fact, yeah, you do definitely see them on episode 1 near the end. But the way the monsters treat the people that they catch when they get you, oh boy, yeah, that immediately triggered the whole like the urge to mutilate other beings or even themselves in order to explore their nature. Yeah, that gives me some serious whatever the monsters from are. I don't think I don't think anybody's actually named them. They're just the monsters. Cool. Derail finished. Watch From. It's a good series. 25-1. Besides the effects of the previous range, the subject is beset by the desires of the great darkness from which they were hewn, and must fight hard to resist doing everything in their power to advance the opening of more stable doorways from the outer dark to our reality. Cool. Yeah. Low humanity Nephilim are just low-key trying to open up gateways to the outer dark. All the time. Yeah, that's. I'm sure the rest of the party will love that. Hey, sweetheart. Hey, kitty. I see you there coming up behind me. What's going on? What are we going? Dad, what happens at zero humanity? I know that's what you're asking, sweetheart. Well, good news. I've got an answer. The answer is that at zero humanity, the Nephilim loses all sense of self, becoming a mere inclusion of the outer dark intention, enveloped in flesh, with single-minded focus and self-destructive dedication. They seek to discover and open the doorways and delight in experimenting with the extremes of physical sensation and condition. So at that point, once you go full zero, looks like you become not a Nephilim, you become a Cenobite. You become we have such sights to show you. The extremes of pleasure and pain. All right, cool. You know what? Sure. I'm a big fan of Cenobites. Hey, look at that. We did it. So that's this game's take on the Nephilim. Phoenix, I wonder. So you said you were biased towards Nephilim. What do you think? I'm really curious. I'm sincerely curious about your opinion. If you're still watching the stream, I know work is a thing, so no rush on answering when you can, if you can. But if you are on the stream, I'd love to know. Were you disappointed? Were you so kind of what you were expecting? You like them? Interesting direction. All right, cool. Yeah, I too. I like them very much. They are. They're very much like physically focused for the most part, right? They're combat monsters, literally combat monsters. But there is like that whole like they are also channeling the outer dark, so the diadem of the slain gods, kind of driving people a little insane. And they do have that like soul fire stuff. But yeah, overall they're just like hideous half-human monsters from beyond the stars. I really dig them. Okay, let's move on. So let's see. So what others do we have? We're going to look at the occultist next. After that, we will look at, see, from what I heard, yeah, kind of nuts and probably a bit wacky. They're all going to be a little bit wacky to play, I think. But yes, no, this one, I think out of the ones that we've seen so far, right, the cyborg is a cyborg, but all the other ones are kind of just people. Well, no, actually, let's see. Let's do a quick recap before we move forward, and then we'll do. So, soldier is just people. Cyborg is people plus machine, but still just people. Draugr is people bonded with a cannibal spirit. Then we've got the Eminent, who is people but can open up a connection to their own sort of subconscious thought forms and bring them into the world, but still people. Then the Hermeticist is definitely also just still people, but you know how to prepare potions and cast certain spells and stuff. The who is this? Who's the next? The No, this is still Hermeticist. The hero, I like the hero. The hero is really interesting, but they're still kind of people as well, right? Up until now, all of them have been maybe like primarily people with something extra, with something magical extra to them. The medium, of course, yeah, it's people, but people plus ghost. But the Nephilim is just straight up monstrous. You are just a people suit. Like your flesh can take the shape of a human, but you are at your core inhuman, and you're just not human. That's the first one that we've seen that is straight up like that. It's kind of like a weird one to include, especially as they were created by a rogue faction of the Orpheus thing. So here's one thing that I've noticed, and this is kind of interesting. Now that it kind of just hit me, we've gotten surprisingly little setting. Like, we've been told in general terms, right, what the Orpheus, the Orpheus Protocol and the Foundation and all this stuff is in very general terms. But we've been given nearly any information about what it actually is, like how it works, are there ranks, who's in charge, who isn't, like that. So maybe there's hopefully, and I'm sure there is actually more to it, maybe in the GM section, but it's kind of like, it's kind of hitting me. It's like we really haven't been given a lot of setting, which is interesting. We have been given a lot of really cool stuff in general, though. See, I probably missed this, but the question you asked yesterday about psychometry, is it a Dave fave? So the ability in this game is interesting. I actually flipped right back to psychometry in one hit. Well done, Dan. The way it is, I was kind of disappointed with the first rank because it's very wishy-washy. It's just spend some points and get vague images of the past and use of an item and whatnot. I found it a little wishy-washy. But then after that, the actual powers that it gives you at the higher ranks, it lets you kind of gain skills from objects, gives you passive bonuses to your investigation checks, so you're constantly getting impressions from the objects around you. At the higher levels, you can actually gain combat abilities from a weapon itself, and also like use that on a person in the moment and gain bonuses against them, both socially, or if you overload, I think you can also gain bonuses against them in combat. So there are, like, it is an interesting approach to psychometry because it gives you the classic like get info from items thing just as you start off, but as you power it up, it lets you power yourself up by kind of taking power and ability from the items that you scan. So it's a really interesting approach. I haven't run it by Dave yet because I just read it here the first time, but I'm going to ask him about it next time we talk. I want to see like what his take, what he thinks of this version of psychometry. I think he would like it. All right, so with all that, we've got the occultist next. Then let's just kind of get a quick preview of the rest. Then we've got the pathokinetic, which were apparently empaths. We'll see what they can actually do. And then we've got the psychics. All right, so that's its own separate rank, its own separate type from the pathokinetics. Now you got telekinetics, who are also separate from psychics. Then we've got True Faith. Interesting. Who I guess is, has conviction, faith, and whatnot. So, all right, cool. Then after that, we got so many to go through. Jesus, this game. Then we got a vampire thrall. Then we've got, after that, we keep going. Then we've got the weapon bearer. So if you wanna carry Excalibur, this one's for you. Keeps going. Then we've got the werewolf, because of course we have a werewolf, people. You people. I disapprove. I'm not gonna go on that rant now, but that's just who I am as a person. I disapprove of werewolves. I have my reasons. And then witch, which I will say the art for the witch is targeted directly at me. How dare they? Not everyone's perfect. Yeah, for example, werewolves. Werewolves are a mistake. Definitely imperfect. All right, so we have so many to go through. We're not going to get through all of them in this stream. We're already 2.5 hours in. We have an hour and a half left, and it took us this long to get through them. So I don't know. I'm going to try and do a speed run through the rest of them. We're probably going to fail at it, but let's give it a shot. Cat, hi, how are you? What are we doing? We're walking by yet again. Why you've been like super okay, there she goes. I don't know what's up with you, Cat. What is it today? Why are we so active? All right, so let's see if we can kind of skim through the rest of them. I really want to wrap this up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to wrap it up today. I have a feeling it's going to go through tomorrow, but tomorrow I'm trying to take it easy. I was actually thinking that tomorrow might either be an early stream or a shorter stream, and possibly maybe just a video game stream, because tomorrow evening, for those of you who weren't here earlier in the stream, I will be guest streaming on PB Plays Inside, who is here in the chat often. I'll be guesting on their stream tomorrow, playing I Have the High Ground with them tomorrow evening. I'm really excited about that. I'm really excited to see the setup that they've got going and everything. But because of that, I want to conserve my energy and my voice and my effort for that, right? Which means I kind of want to take, but I still want to also like stream during the day myself, right? So tomorrow will probably be a really low-key stream, while it's kind of hangout stream before the evening guest stream. Which means I don't want to keep... I'm wasting so much time explaining how I want to get through this quickly instead of getting through it quickly. People, why am I like this? Chat, please tell me. All right, so the occultist. There exist powers that transcend and confound what we understand as reality. Not good, not evil, but indifferent to the insignificant scale of existence where humanity is found. These leviathans swim through waters beyond time and space and warp reality in their wake. Occultists are those brilliant, daring, and mad enough to manipulate these eldritch currents, risking corruption of body and soul in the process. So the unique mechanic for the occultist is Enigma. When occultists delve recklessly for eldritch power, bizarre fluctuations of chaotic magics can surge without warning. The most capable and self-destructive of occultists attempt to harness these storms of unknowable force to fuel their own natural techniques. Occultist abilities conditionally generate these enigmas, and further occultist abilities are empowered by them, but at a risk. At any time, the occultist may spend one initiative point and any number of spiritual strain to neutralize and discard a number of their held enigmas, equal to the number of strain spent. Each time you use an occultist ability while holding 2 or more enigmas, there is a risk of dangerous arcane backlash. The effects of using an occultist ability while holding enigmas depends on the blah blah blah. Okay, so there's a table here. At 1 enigma, no effect. At 2 enigmas, spend 1 humanity or check against breakdown on occultist ability use. At enigma 3, check against breakdown on occultist ability use, period. At 4, check against breakdown at -1. 5, check against breakdown at -1 and lose 2 stress. And at 6 enigmas, check against breakdown -1, mark all unmarked stress wound boxes, and lose all remaining enigmas and occultist ability. So basically, just you get reset. Your magical breaker breaks. At first I thought we were going in a chaos magic or wild magic direction, but it's more just like you get overcharged. Mentally you start breaking down if you have too many enigmas in your hand. All right. Interesting. So it sounds like, again, we'll get to the ability shortly, but it sounds like, so what I'm hoping here, because I'm seeing what feels like a big downside to occultist abilities, right? You use occultist abilities, your number of enigmas goes up. Your number of enigmas goes up, you are more likely to suffer mental breakdown. Other archetypes that we've seen so far don't have quite so rough penalties for their power use. So what I'm hoping to see here is that the occultist powers are, because of that penalty, that big danger that they bring, I'm hoping that means they will be powerful, right? To make up for that. Because I have had that happen in other games where, like, oh, hey, I have this character type that gets to spend a point and throw fireballs. Or I have this other character type that can throw fireballs as well by also spending a point, but also every time they cast fireball, they go insane and they lose abilities, and their friends hate them, and they're bad people. Fuck you for playing this character. Is the message that I get from games when they do that. And it's like, okay, well, if you're going to tell me to go fuck myself because I dared to play this character, at the very least, make them more powerful. Give them something that's like, okay, cool. Every time I play this character, the designer, I can feel the designer standing behind me or beside me or whatever. They're just standing there, double fingers flipped out, hating me. Fine. That is, in fact, by the way, how you should read all of my games. But in exchange, you should give me something, which is also my philosophy. For example, I write games adversarially, or at least I've written some games adversarially. The Three Goblins games in particular are written in an adversarial mode. But also in exchange for that, I hopefully give you laughter. Laughter, that's what I give you. Joy. Right? Right? Please clap. Please tell me I've given you joy. All right. Let's look at their powers. Let's look at if it actually lives up to my expectations. The first occultist power, Baleful Starlight. You call down cold, cancerous light from beyond the stars to daze and harrow their foes. Cool. Actually, wait. Let's read the description. I keep forgetting to do that at the beginning. Let's really quick look at the starting description of the occultist. Right, so yes, Dan, Three Goblins is awesome. Thank you. Was I fishing for compliments? Yes. I won't say I wasn't. I will take them, and I'm not too proud to beg. But legitimately, though, thank you. I'm actually really glad you enjoyed it. It's a silly, stupid game, and I'm incredibly pleased when somebody has played Three Goblins in a Trench Coat, any version of it, and has fun with it. That honestly, that's it. Like I can stop right now. I can quit right now. I've achieved it. Everything since that point, since making Three Goblins and hearing that people have enjoyed playing that game, everything else is gravy on top of that. That's all I need. That's all I needed out of life. You need more settings? I'll see what I can do. I have had sort of Three Goblins in a Spaceship kind of in the back burner of my mind for a long time. So I do need to do that one as well. Anyway, let's see. The occultist description: an offensive caster and stealth infiltration hybrid with surprising survivability at the cost of self-inflicted stress damage. All right, cool. So basically you start losing your mind, but you are offensive caster, stealth infiltration, surprising survivability. Interesting. All right, so Baleful Starlight, you cast down cold, cancerous light, rank 1, spend 2 initiative, makes a ranged attack, +4/+4. And it does clarity damage, and people get penalties once they take that damage. At rank 2, more damage, more penalties. Rank 3, passive. Once per round on your turn, you may roll a die. On a neutral result, you may use a rank 1 without spending initiative points. On a positive result, you may instead use rank 2, which is what I got in my dice. I rolled a 6. This use of the ability does not contribute to the rush condition. All right, so actually that's... Wow, okay, now it just hit me. Wait. So, rank 1, shoot beam of evil light, do damage. Rank 2, shoot beam of evil light, do even more damage. Fuck people's brains up. Both of them fuck people's brains up. Rank 3, once per round, so every round on your turn, you may, it's a choice, but you can do it. You may roll 1 die, and then on a neutral, so basically there's a 2 out of 3 chance that you get a free attack, no extra initiative spent, nothing else, just straight up roll the die. Okay, that's a -1, 1 and 2, but that's also a negative. That's a 1. There we go. That's a neutral, so I use my rank 1. I just get a free, like, pew. Okay. That's actually really powerful. All right, so get this at rank 3 at least. Hi, Kitty. I see you back there. Why are we so intent today? Are you hungry? You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. You've been fed. In fact, I saw you eat all of your wet food today. Usually you leave some of it. Why are we full of the hunger today? Are you a Draugr? Are you a Draugr? Are you powered by hunger? Is that it? There she goes. That's her tail on the book. All right, so, and then the mastery levels. You may use rank 1 or rank 2 of this ability without causing any damage on a hit. Instead, prompt. Okay, so basically you can make it just daze damage, and you want to stun somebody, but not set. Mastery A allows you to set your moonbeams to stun. Cool. Mastery B, without visible trajectory and not breaking stealth on hit. Oh, confirm committed my one situation about to your stealth value on each. Okay, so Mastery B is secret snipe. It's basically like, even if you're not looking at somebody, if they are in range, without visible trajectory, silently, not breaking stealth, just sniper. Moonbeam sniper. Overload. Spend 5 humanity. You may use rank or rank 2. Base initiative as usual. No additional humanity cost. Automatically hitting all entities, including yourself, within 2 areas and in line of sight with 0 degrees of success. Damage cost visibility prompts a check against burning as well as daze. This overload cannot cause a clash. Okay, that's cool, but it affects you as well. It's kind of like going supernova or moon nova, I guess. I'm sorry. I am having a hard time picturing this power as anything else but a Sailor Moon power. I'm just imagining Sailor Moon like power calls when you do this. And then you gain 1 Enigma every time you deal damage with Baleful Starlight. On use of Baleful Starlight, you may spend 1 Enigma to inflict a -1 penalty to the daze and burning checks prompted by Baleful Starlight. This means that it is possible to gain an Enigma on dealing damage with this ability, and then that same Enigma to penalize the daze check prompted by the same use of the ability. Cool. Baleful Starlight's overload counts as dealing damage only once for purposes of gaining Enigmas. All right. So yeah, this is like, there's some serious damage dealing capabilities and sniping capabilities for the Occultist. Their second power, impossible geometries. The Occultist phases into a space between dimensions, perceiving a vague, washed-out version of physical reality, devoid of life, aside from others who travel in this liminal space. Movement in this direction moves the Occultist through the corresponding space in the physical world, leaving barely a perceptible trace of their presence, and gaining the ability to move up walls, through tiny spaces, and even through solid matter. Okay. So at first, it's not quite teleportation. It's more like to once again take it into sort of World of Darkness brain rot mode. It's kind of like shifting into sort of an ethereal mode kind of thing, where like you enter the ethereal plane, which is still like, like the world around you is still there, but you can walk through walls or go up to walls or anything, and you're only perceived as a vague shadow, kind of. Interesting approach. Cat, what are you smelling over there? Did somebody spill food on that? And by somebody, I mean me. It's always suspicious when your pet starts just sniffing at an area that is not food related, and then kind of licks their lips. I have a concern about this because she she's fine, but like Monday was an unhappy day because she ate something that made her puke multiple times that day. Like she left little puke pools, and she's usually very good. Like I know some cats who just like it's just puke all the time. She's never been much of a puker, so I was very worried about her. She seems to be fine, but because of that this morning, you know what, folks, I'm gonna need to pause real quick just double check. I want to make sure she's fine, especially since being so needy. Folks, you understand. You understand. I love my cat. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm actually going to leave the cameras on. I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to leave the cameras on real quick, and I'll be right back. Let me. How do I? Do I not have a button for muting myself? I guess not. All right, let's just hit that there. All right, all right, all right. I'm back now. I'm back. So she's fine. She's fine. Anybody concerned about this? She is fine. I thought she was going to lead me to her food bowl. She did not. She led me to the window, and then she climbed up on her little shelf where she has her little pot of grass for her. And so this is the thing she does. She yells at me. She screams at me to pet her while she is on the windowsill munching on her cat grass. Like that is her thing. She loves that. All cats have like a thing that is hers. She's like, meh, dad, I want you to pet me while I'm munching on grass. This is what she wants out of life. She wants to be petted while she munches on her window grass. And that is all she wanted. She led me direct to her window, screaming all the way, and then jumped up to the windowsill, looked at me, screamed again, and then started munching grass. And when I didn't pet her immediately, she paused, went, meh! And I'm like, all right. And then I gave her pettings for a few minutes, for a second there, and then she was like, all right, I'm fine. And that's it. She just wanted window pettings. Being a cat owner is weird. All right, so impossible geometries. Cool. You can go ethereal. Solid. Rank 1, spend a stress, gain ability bonus to stealth checks for the remainder of the scene, move in ways not limited by physical terrain. Cool. Rank 2, functions the same as rank 1, but you get even more bonuses to stealth and not being seen, and you can re-roll a stealth check before the end of the scene. Cool. So this is really, well, they did say there was like stealth infiltration capabilities, right? And then rank 3 is the passive one. Once per scene, on your turn, you may spend 1 spiritual strain to instantly teleport. Aha, there's the teleportation up to 2 areas. It's not far, but it works. For the purpose of this ability, it is not your turn while you interrupt initiative. You may also use rank, yada, yada, yada. Okay, I'm going to skip the details. Cool. So small, short range, blink, basically, teleportation. Bathan says, minus, I have to lie back in the recliner after she has her afternoon feeding. She'll jump up and just lay down for no more than 7 minutes and then leave and ignore me for the rest of the day. Yes. So that's another thing mine does. She will like, again, once I sit down at the end of the day on the couch, she will climb up next to me, and kind of like half on me, and then she will like place her paws basically on my tummy, and then she will like stop, and you will see, basically, she like, it's like a switch is flipped. She literally like just does a full body twitch. She goes like a little shake, and then starts making biscuits. You know, chink 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 on my belly. She is a street cat. She is a rescue. She has never once in her life allowed me to clip her nails. The only time she ever had her nails trimmed is when I take her to the vet, because they have tools, and they say she takes it just fine. That she's like, oh yeah, she was so nice, she was so calm, she just let us clip her nails. Apparently she trusts the vet to do it. She does not trust me. She will claw, bite. She will just not let me trim her nails. So when she starts making biscuits, it is blood will flow unless you have armor. So I have a dedicated, okay, the cat wants to make biscuits. So I have a dedicated like thick blanket that I go like, all right. And when she sees like I grab the blanket, she's like, fuck yeah, oh yeah, it's biscuits time. And as long as she does that on the blanket, it's fine. Her claws do not penetrate the blanket. Because I don't want to just like she's so happy. It makes her. You can just see her, she's like. Just purr like so loudly. She's so happy, like even if I didn't have the blanket, I think gaping wounds on my stomach are a small price to pay for the joy of my flesh and blood daughter over there. Anyway, okay, so short range teleportation passive. Is the short range teleportation cool? Then mastery, cancel the first ports. Okay, so basically get to use this for cheaper, if not free. Mastery B, subjecting the justice to a unique dimensional permeability. The occultist can perceive and comprehend magic and eldritch forces in their purest form. Okay. While this ability is active, gain a +2 ability bonus to all checks involving perceiving, understanding, investigating, or tracking eldritch. Okay, so since you are connected to the eldritch, the ethereal, if you will, you get a bonus to perceiving it. Cool. All right, I like that. Overload. Spend 5 humanity and 5 stress. The loss of stress cannot be mitigated. Yada yada yada. Entities other than you that pass. Oh, so you can open a portal and bring people with you. It's fun, especially because entities other than you that pass through the portal must make a horror check, DV6 versus 12/6 stress loss. This teleportation can cross between the dimension used for this ability and normal space. For every entity that passes through the portal beyond the first, lose 1 humanity. Cool. So do a portal. The more people that go through the portal, the less human you are. But also everybody who goes through the portal goes a little crazy. Cool. Then the Enigma mechanic. Gain 1 Enigma upon succeeding in the stealth check. This ability, once per scene, you spend the Enigmas to gain additional uses of rank 3, which is the teleportation of this ability, whether you have rank 3 or not, at the rate of 1 use per rank 3 for every 2 Enigmas spent. All right. Cool. Okay, so basically ethereal and teleportation. Fine. Cool. Got it. Nice. Well done, occultist. Machinations of the timeless. The occultist calls upon timeless, spaceless force that human minds cannot fully comprehend, selectively reversing time and space for their own body while largely maintaining the integrity of the rest of reality. Wounds knit themselves, blood returns to the body, flesh is restored from any desecration, but exposures to this unnameable power carries a heavy cost. All right. So rank 1, spend 2 stress, which cannot be mitigated by any means, to retroactively cancel all damage and other effects you took from any one attack or other discrete malign effect directed. Okay, that's cool. It's a cool power. Like negate, post-attack, negate an attack. But when you do that, you, as well as entities that can see you, must check against breakdown. So basically, you reverse yourself, but it's creepy. Everybody around you thinks it's creepy. Everybody make a horror check. Cool. You, as well as entities that can see you, you may only use this ability once per scene. If you intentionally inflict potentially fatal damage on yourself with the intent to mitigate it using this ability, for example, a suicide bomb, you must pay 4 additional humanity. All laws and regulations are written in blood. That thing about intentionally inflicting potentially fatal damage on yourself with the intent to mitigate it using this ability really sounds like something that came up during playtesting. And it's like, hey, so with this power, I can mitigate any damage that I've taken this round. So what if I basically kill myself, but then go, take it back? How's that? Would that set things off? Would that trigger the mind break from people? And I'm gonna say yes, but also because you're doing that, you pay for additional humanity because that's fucked up. That's I think out of all the things I've seen, that is the most that came up during gameplay, didn't it? Kind of rule that I've seen so far. So the rank 2 is the passive on this one. You may spend 1 humanity and 1 stress, which cannot be mitigated by any means, to regain the use of rank 1 once per scene. Okay, so basically spend some stress to get to do it again. Rank 3 is a passive. It uses ability to cancel the effects of an attack whose damage would have cost an up check. You may appear verifiably dead, delaying your restoration to your previous state. Retain your normal awareness of your surroundings. So basically, it's a play dead. You may not take action states and are functionally dead, suffering no further ill effects from attacks in them. Okay. Only entities with the knowledge Eldritch rank B or above can tell that you are alive. They've not seen this effect before. At any time between now and the end of the scene, you may restore yourself to your previous state as with a normal use of this ability, prompting the breakdown checks as normal. For the purpose of this rank, the scene does not end until just after all hostile entities have left your general vicinity. If this is done, so it's basically play possum. If you take enough damage to take you out, take you down, you can basically use this ability, effectively heal yourself. You're no longer down, but you play possum until you're ready to stop playing possum. All right, interesting approach to the power. Mastery A, entities other than yourself suffer a -1 ability to any breakdown checks. Okay, so basically it's particularly gruesome if you do Mastery A. Mastery B, if you would succumb to breakdown as a result of using this ability, you may spend 1 spiritual strain to cancel the breakdown. Okay, so basically you're better at handling your own weirdness. Overloading this, spend 5 humanity, 5 initiative points, mark all unmarked stress wound boxes to immediately clear the damage from your health and clarity tracks. Alright, so basically go a little nuts, but every other type of damage that I have is cleared up. Hi cat, bye cat, there she goes. It's just wandered through. Alright, and then enigmas. You get an enigma whenever an entity succumbs to a breakdown check prompted by this, and then upon using this ability, you may spend enigmas to heal yourself of lost stress on a 1-for-1 basis. Alright. Cool. Let's see. Next power, Mask of the Faceless. The occultist utilizes an enigmatic eldritch technology created by something older than mankind to assume the likeness of another person. Alright. So rank 1, spend 1 stress to assume the physical appearance of another person. The effect costs 1 spiritual strain per hour to maintain. You gain the image and accoutrements of the intended person, but any items or equipment that gain the image have the expected appearance of their mere solid illusions, yada yada. Alright. And then a few mechanics on how people can kind of see through the illusion. Rank 2 is identical to rank 1 with the following addition. You also gain a fragmented insight into the subject's memories. When trying to recall something the subject would know, make a luck check on a positive result you remember. You may spend up to 4 humanity to boost the luck check on a 1-for-1 basis. Alright, so not just look like somebody, but actually like get a bit of their knowledge and wisdom and stuff. Rank 3, passive, gain a +2 ability bonus to deception checks. Useful if you're trying to trick people by wearing somebody else's face. Mastery A, you use this ability to mimic a subject you've only seen video or images of. So if you want to look like the president, here's your chance. I don't know why you would, but there you go. Mastery B is passive, the ability to no longer cost spiritual strain to maintain. Like, this one feels very much like all the occultist abilities to a point so far feel like they would be great for a villain. Like, coming back from the dead, tricking people into thinking you're dead, but then coming back anyway, assuming a different personality, and hiding in it long term. There's a lot of like villain potential with the occultists. Let's see. Overload, spend on humanity, 1 initiative point. Assume the guy's identity you can currently see. They check stability versus your knowledge eldritch. If you succeed, you must immediately mark unmarked stress wound boxes. You assume a perfect likeness of your target's soul in addition to their body, coexisting impossibly with your own essence. If you succeed, your victim is unable to distinguish you from themselves and becomes unsure of their own existence. They suffer stun and will not attack you unless actively suicidal. Whoa, that's fucked up and weird. So basically, you become a copy of somebody so hard that the other person sincerely believes that you are them. And they are also themselves, but you are also them, and that just breaks their brain for a bit. That's cool. That's cool. It's fucked up, but it's cool. And then the Enigma ability is basically you can spend Enigmas once you gain them to apply a preemptive -1 penalty to all checks. So basically it makes it harder to discover your true identity. Cool. It's fucked up, and I like it. The occultist honestly is just fucked up all around. Which I'm not a complaint. Song of the Destroyer. The occultist creates an aural rift. That's AURAL, aural rift, between this reality and an unspeakable place beyond. The soul-harrowing cacophony that pours forth drives mad those on which the occultist bestows the song, but provides a perverse boon to the occultist's stability of mind. So rank 1, spend 5 initiative points. Everyone in earshot of you makes a roll. It's a horror check. If they fail, they take 2d3 stress damage, which is magical. And if you deal enough stress damage with the ability, you regain some stress as well. Not instead, as well. Rank 2, the same thing, but it's more damage and regain more stress for yourself. Rank 3 is passive, which whenever you use the other 2 ranks, you can choose. Okay, so it doesn't affect everybody. You can actually prevent your friends from suffering. Cool. At Mastery A, it's passive. Rather than rolling for stress, you just regain a flat 3 stress. And rank 2 regains a flat 6 stress. Cool. Mastery B is passive as well. Entities affected by this ability suffer -2 effective force of will when spending strength to reduce that. So basically, you do more damage, and they find it harder to recover. And if you overload, the unspeakable resonance takes root in your target's body and soul. Spend 5 humanity, use any known rank of this ability without spending an additional humanity. Cool. So basically, it's just overpowers. It just makes it super powerful, super hard to resist, is what it looks like here. And then your Enigma breakdowns are gain 1 Enigma whenever anybody succumbs to a breakdown because of this, and then spend them to increase the stress healing. Okay, so spend them and you can heal even better. All right, very cool. Very cool. Interesting approach. Very, there's a lot of like mind-breaking stuff with the occultist, and I do kind of dig it after all. The last ability is Void Tendrils, an ability that we will see once we get back from the... Oh, my camera's frozen. It does that sometimes. I'm gonna turn it off, turn it on again, or I'm gonna try anyway. Why am I having such trouble with that? There we go, and again. All right, so I'm gonna, while the camera comes back, thankfully my audio, there we go. Camera's back, but that's fine. That's fine. Thankfully it's fixed because we are in it, folks. We are in the very last ad break of the stream. You know the drill. You know how it goes. We'll be back in 3 minutes. And in those 3 minutes, if you can tear down the structures of society, I fully encourage you to do so. I'll see what I can do over on my end in the meantime when we come back in 3 minutes. Hey, we're back. We're back. All right, let me just go straight to the overhead. Look, it's the last hour. Real talk, folks. Real talk. We're about to look at the void tendrils for the occultist, but look, we've got an hour left, and we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got all the various psychic, the pathokinetic, psychic, telekinetic. What's the other one? Something kinetic. The true faith. And I actually want to, that's the thing. Each and every single one, I was not expecting this one. The vampire thrall, every single one of these has a full like set of powers, a full unique. So again, real talk here. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish all of these because I do not want to dedicate like an entire extra week to this game. As much as I'm enjoying it, not a dig against the game. But like, since there's so much of it, since there's so much and so many details, I think we go back to my complaint / concern kind of, which is I love what the game is doing. I really do. I want to be clear about this. The fact that every single archetype is so unique, has a full and flexible role. Even the most like focused ones still have useful things in multiple areas rather than just the one area of their focus. They're very flexible, they're very interesting, they're very unique. The concept of each one having a unique mechanic that only that archetype has, and that is its own thing of keeping track. Like the whole Nephilim thing, where like you have this thing where you go between dark and flesh, and it affects the rest of your powers as you go, is very cool compared to the enigma mechanic here with the occultist, compared to the various other mechanics like the soldier and everything that we have. Like each archetype is its own unique play style, and no two archetypes really overlap too much. And I love that about it. We got so many of them, and each one is unique and has its own flavor and everything. Book, again, I'm just going to give you even as I talk some shit about you, I give you one of these because you've earned it. All right, look, you've kept me going through this week, and my only regret is that I only have so much time to spend on you. Wait, let me catch up on chat real quick. Phoenix says, cats when they want attention. Father hates me. I am unloved. I am punished for crimes I have not committed. Tragedy! Tragedy unprecedented. What do you want? And then Cat, when you want attention, yeah. What do you want? Peasant. It's true. It's true. That's so much how she is, actually. But also, yes, no. Father, why have you? Why? I don't know why she's being so needy. She's being extra needy today. She's just weirdly hungry. It's fine. It's fine. She's a fat kitty. There's no getting around that. She is plump. She will not suffer from having to wait a little bit extra. Besides, her feeding time is at 6. Anyway, back to this. Point is, I don't think we're gonna get through all of them, and that's fine. That's fine. You know what? You should get this game. I'm gonna put it out as a recommendation. If you can't get this game, you should get this game. I like what it's doing, but with the caveat that the learning curve on this, the level, like it is a game. Like, don't get this game if you don't intend to run at least a campaign of it, a short campaign of it, right? Because your players, the only way you're going to enjoy this game, not the only way you're going to enjoy this game, but the way this game is made and presented is, this is not a one-shot game, right? You really need it to, what it says, God damn it, chat. I already found it, but I got to get going GM. Oh yeah, no worries. Numenera, hell yeah, have fun with that. Let me know next stream. What that looks like. There's an actual play for this. Oh yeah, no, there is. Yeah, it's based off of the Orpheus Protocol, which was an actual play / this is the game I think they made the game for the actual play. So yeah, no, that one I was aware of. And I actually do need, I think I listened to the first few episodes. I need to actually not get back into it. I think it's over by now, but like give it a listen. Cause I did enjoy it. I did enjoy it a lot, which is why I ended up backing it and getting the book, right? So this is really cool is my whole point. Anyway, Bathan, before I go back to ranting, thanks so much for hanging out. As always, sincerely appreciate your company on these streams, and I hope your game goes well. Next time you're on stream on chat, be sure to tell me how it went, because I sincerely do want to know. I'm curious. I love Numenera. Numenera is one of my favorite game systems of all time, and I'm excited to know how your game went. All right, so let's at least finish up the Occultist, and then what I'm gonna do is just kind of flip through the other ones for the rest of this hour and just see what stands out to us, because if we give all of this the deep dive treatment that we've been giving all this, we're gonna be here tomorrow, the rest of next week. We're just gonna take a while, and this and that, and I say that it sounds like a negative, and just a little bit, but I sincerely do not mean it as a negative. The fact is, I have enjoyed reading through this, like, again, archetype through archetype. I don't think there's been a single archetype where, like, there's been a few where I've been like, oh, that ability is kind of disappointed. But I think every archetype has had something to it that has made me sit up and go, oh, god damn, that's cool. Like, every single one of them has had something that goes like, that is cool, that is interesting, that is imaginative. The amount of that has gone into this game, into every single thing, while still somehow keeping it coherent. It is not a simple system, but it is a coherent system. Like, it makes sense for the most part. Again, there's been a couple of abilities where, like, I don't know why that's there, but even with the ones that are like, I don't know why that's there, it doesn't mean that the ability is wrong. I think the only one that I saw just now was that one, the one that sort of made it like, oh, the attack by default, it affects everyone around you, but if you overload it, you can make it only affect one person. That's what it read like, and I feel like I missed something on that one, because it doesn't feel right. The point is, overall, very positive impression of this. I really, really like this, and I could see this. In fact, I may recommend this. You know who I may recommend this to? See if he's interested about it. Could be Jesus, because the vibes that I'm getting from this game are vaguely what was the game? Unhallowed Metropolis. I know it's a very different game, different setting and everything, but for some reason it gives me Unhallowed vibes, and I could see Jesus running this game and having fun running it. I can see myself running this game and having fun running it, but it's a hard sell. It's a hard sell to people, again, because the players would need to, like, learn the system, understand the system, be invested in the system. I've got to re-listen. Now that I think about it, I got to re-listen to the Orpheus Protocol, actually. I'm curious. I think I need to re-listen to the Orpheus Protocol, because I have a feeling that that's how you get people into this game. You get them to listen to the Orpheus Protocol, and they go, "That was dope," and and they go like, "Well, there's a game for that," and then go from there. I think, because there's just so much. It's a heavy game. There's just a lot here. And it's a good thing, but it's also like a rough thing. I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. It's just like, it's going to be so hard to convince people to play this because there's so much to it. But I say this, that is my comment for so many games that I love. Like, I think I would have better luck convincing people to play this with me than I would have convincing people to play Invisible Sun with me, for example. But even then, like, some stuff like Changeling, so I love Changeling. Changeling is a hard sell for a lot of people as well. There's so many games that I love and are just impossible to get people to play, and I blame D&D. I blame D&D for. Anyway. Let's use the last hour to browse through. So let's finish occultist. Let's look at the void tendrils, just because it sounds like we're going to be talking tentacles here, and I think those at least deserve for us to, you know, give it the proper attention that deserves. So void tendrils. At the occultist's bidding, tentacles of cold darkness rupture from a place between dimensions, ravaging the occultist's target in body and soul alike. Rank 1 lets you make a melee attack with your Knowledge Eldritch unnatural attack, and it's a +8 damage. Damage dealt by this ability prompts breakdown in addition to the normal status effect of blunt damage. Hot, right? Exactly. It's tentacle talk. Here we go. Tentacle talk is the part of TikTok that is all about tentacles, and also just it's there. Let's not talk about it too much. Rank 2, spend 2. I actually don't spend too much time on TikTok anymore. I actually uninstalled the app. I'm a red note guy now. Spend 2 initiative with rank 2. Make a melee attack, so it's +10 at rank 2. Same, still prompts breakdown. Rank 3 is your passive. Once per round on your turn, you may roll 1 die. On a neutral result, you may use rank 1 without spending. On a positive, reuse. So kind of like the same thing as... So Void Tendrils is the melee version of Baleful Starlight, where once you get to the passive rank, you just have a chance, a 2 out of 3 chance to basically get a free attack. Venticle talk is book talk adjacent. That Venn diagram is a circle. Yeah. All right, Mastery of Void Tendrils. That's a book talk title. That's a book talk title. Hi, book talk. I just finished reading Mastery of Void Tendrils, the new supernatural romance from what's Sarah J. Maas. There we go. I know Angela's danger sense probably just went off when I mentioned that name. Yeah, there we go. Sarah J. Maas, Mastery of Void Tendrils, the novel. Yeah, that one's on Book Talk. Look for it soon. Mastery of Void Tentacles A is a passive, and you deal damage with this ability. The tendrils attached to the victim, ladies, giving them a -1 ability penalty to defenses until the end of your next turn. All right, so basically you hit them with a tentacle, and it's a sticky tentacle. Why is it sticky? Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. Anyway, you're slowed down now. Or Mastery of Void Tendrils B is a passive. On any round in which you have already used rank 1, 2, or the overload of this ability, you may use tactics with your Knowledge Eldritch to use opposed tactics attacks that are primarily martial. Okay, and tactics attack maneuvers against enemies by magical means without needing to spend humanity on this ability again. So basically, you make your normal attack and then you make a tactics attack for free with the tentacles. Interesting. All right. And then Overload, spend 5 humanity. Victims hit with this ability this round suffer from the ensnared condition. All right, so hit them with a tentacle, wrap them up in tentacles, ladies, and enjoy. Cool. Victim cannot move, flee, etc., 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 and all the rules on how they can break out or don't break out. Cool. Enigma, gain 1 Enigma on dealing damage with Void Tendrils, and then anytime you... sorry. Wow. That John came out of nowhere. On the use of Void Tentacles, basically you do more damage. You get to spend Enigmas to do more damage. Your humanity lost ratings for the Occultist, top close inspection, the subject's eyes appear hollow and glassy like those of a poorly made doll. Then it goes down to the subject's skin becoming patchy and somewhat gray. Then down to subject's eyes cause an ineffable sense of unease in all who look on them, and their mannerisms become disturbing to most people in a way that cannot be easily described. Then, by the way, thank you for coming directly at me, book. 25 to 1 humanity, subject begins to present extra vestigial body parts, along with patches of scales, rubbery flesh, and or chitin. And then at 0 humanity, the subject's appearance and behavior can no longer be reasonably called human. Specifics vary, but recovery is seldom successful. Termination recommended. All right, dope. Good times. Okay, now it's skim time. So pathokinetics. In any given population, there exists a small number of talented empaths, people who, whether by keenness of sense, hyperfocus learned by necessity, or a personality that leads others to open up, can read other human beings with a shocking reliability and accuracy. Orpheus recognizes this ability as a transitional stage on the way to true pathokinesis. It is unknown whether the ability to strongly influence others' emotions is poorly understood eldritch power or simply a new phase of human evolution, but one thing is certain: Orpheus has a use for such gifts. Pathokinetics, rare as they are highly sought after for most sensitive political and espionage operations that Orpheus puts together, and they are among the most influential extra-normal people in terms of the organization's continued success. Their unique mechanic is unity, which, when you succeed on various skill checks prompted by Pathokinetic, you gain unity with the target, subtly overriding parts of their subconscious with temporary reflections of your own and rendering them more vulnerable to further influence by your abilities. Unity functions as a cumulative bonus to checks against the target with empathy, including wariness. So basically, the more you use your powers on them, the more of a mental grip you have on them through that unity mechanic. Interesting. Okay. And then when you add 3 unity with a target, you may at any time reset your unity to 0 and gain a +3 ability bonus to evade and parry against them and to discipline stability checks rolled in defense against them. All right. A note on unity. Okay, so this is like a social control thing. It looks like they need to make a note, so I'm curious what it says here, actually. A note on unity: just as with social influence, pathokinetic powers cannot be used to force against player consent a change in behavior or beliefs in a player character. The powers can be used if all associated parties are comfortable. However, the final decision on player character, behavior, and beliefs is always with the player. Well done, book. Appreciate that. This means that pathokinetics are potentially less powerful in player versus player situations than other archetypes. Please talk to your fellow players and director to make sure everyone is on the same page regarding the use of these powers. Okay, good point. Agreed. That wasn't even you, Cat. You're just laying down. By the way, here. Quick glimpse of the cat. This one's for you all. Those of you who have stayed through the whole stream, you get a little glimpse. There she is. Look at her. There she is, just laying on the table, waiting for Dad to be done, and finally give her the foods that she's doing the eye. She's doing the slow blink. She loves me. She loves me. You love me. Ha ha. Oh my gosh, she just purred at me. I do. All right. So their powers are charm. The pathokinetic instills a strong positive impression towards themselves in the subconscious of a target, discouraging them from opposing the pathokinetic and encouraging them to be of help. I'm going to now just skip the rank stuff so we can hopefully just get through the rest of them quickly. So then the next power they have is Overwhelm. The pathokinetic exerts an overwhelming emotional influence on their target, instilling either utter calm and lassitude or debilitating fear. Cool. The next power is Unearthly Influence. The pathokinetic's subtle mastery of their abilities makes them simply more effective at influencing others through personal magnetism, menace, and deceit, and allows for more dramatic shifts in the behavior of their targets than would otherwise be possible. So it looks like charm lets you charm people, make them friendly towards you. Overwhelm lets you overwhelm, scare, either just make them zone out, calm out of fear, like that whole like disassociate or debilitating fear. Then Unearthly Influence, which is personal, so it's more like control. Charm is like they're friendly towards you. Unearthly Influence is what is happening? Oh, because I had dice here and I keep knocking them to. It's my own fault. I'm not haunted. I just have ADHD. Anyway, this one lets you like do like a full intimidation, almost closer to mind control. Unearthly Insight, an instinctual understanding of the emotions of others gained through a long habit of emotional interpretation and manipulation, can make the pathokinetic an unearthly empath, capable of discerning nuanced feelings and motivations with very little information, so super empathy. And then Bolster. The pathokinetic can instill a deep sense of calm and security in an ally's mind, enhancing their defense against mind-altering effects and greatly reducing their capacity for fear. Cool, so mental shield for your friends. and then nullify. The pathokinetic turns their emotional influence inwards, dulling and even fully removing their own emotional capacity for a time, and giving themselves incredible mental resilience. Once again, book, I will thank you not to come at me like that. Cool. All right, so that's all their stuff, and yeah, at the lowest levels of humanity for the empath, the pathokinetic, subject becomes completely solipsistic, subconsciously rejecting the personhood or agency of any other being, and succumbing completely to toxic ego. Cool. All right, next in line is the psychic. Now we're just powering through them. We're just gonna do this. Psychics. The abilities of the human mind have continually surpassed the best guesses of scientists throughout the ages. For every 1,000 or so phony fortune tellers and psychics out there, there's someone with real abilities, indispensable to entities like Orpheus. Information superiority is key to all advanced warfare and corporate espionage, and Orpheus is in the business of both. Their unique mechanic is the sympathetic field. As a psychic pours greater and greater mental resources into their gifts, they begin to affect the surrounding psychic environment, making their abilities more stable and impactful. The effect is known as the psychic's sympathetic field and is rated from 0 to 3. Some abilities raise your sympathetic field level. You may also spend 2 initiative points and 2 mental strain at any time, blah, 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 to raise that. All right, so cool. So just the more you have, you can raise it up, and it affects your powers. Cool. Also, I'm going to take a moment here, just a quick moment to shout out the art on this. Let me kind of bring it up a little here. Let's see here. So we've got our psychic who's got these mental, it's like disturbing dark images they are laying out. What I kind of love, and I didn't even properly notice at the beginning, is these guys here who are kind of blurred out in the foreground. Just the way their eyes are rolling back, and like there's like these spikes of light coming from their temples, and this one is like clawing at their face. Like, that's wild. I really do like the art in this book. The art for the archetypes is very, very well done. I really like it. Okay, so their powers start with astral projection. The psychic transmits their consciousness into a plane of pure thought energy, allowing them to observe and sometimes interact with places distant from the physical body. Then we've got illusion. It's an illusion, Michael. The psychic constructs elaborate mental impressions in the mind of their target, effectively shaping the target's perception of reality. Then there's mesmerism. The psychic assails their target's mind with confusion and psychic white noise, causing temporary catatonia. Then we have Mind Blast. The psychic lashes out with pure mental force, causing violent misfires of the target's synapses and flooding their consciousness with psychic feedback. Ouch. And then Psychic Healing. When I get that feeling, I need psychic healing. That's a reference. I don't think anybody got that. I feel so old. I am so old. Hey. Psychic healing. The psychic links their mind with that of a willing entity, helping repair trauma to the target's psyche, though taking some of the burden on themselves. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. How is it? It's 5:30. How is that event starting? That's weird. That's weird. They're starting. Sorry, my local food pantry, my local community food pantry has a sort of board night hangout on Thursdays, usually at 6:30. It's 5:30 my time right now, and I just got the alert that they're starting. I wasn't going to go tonight anyway. I haven't been going in a while just because my nights are busy, but weird. Not that I don't think any of you care about that, but just struck me as weird. I'll have to check the forum. I wonder if they were doing something special today, and that's why they started early. Anyway. Cool. And then final power is telepathy. The psychic forges a mental link between their mind and the mind of a target or targets, reading thoughts and allowing for telepathic communication. Okay, so really like standard psychic, like the stuff you would expect from a psychic character overall. I think the main thing is the illusions and the mind blast here. Cool stuff. Then if you lose all your humanity as a psychic, the subject is lost in self-inflicted illusions and must receive heavy treatment to return to reality. All right, fun times. Now we go to the telekinetic. So the first one was Charles Xavier, and now we go to Jean Grey. Again, love the art. Just a girl, living her best life and punching a hole into a cop car and frightening SWAT cops while barefoot with just the power of her mind. I like her already. So telekinetic, stories of people capable of moving objects with their minds have circled the globe for ages. Originally thought the product of witchcraft or demons, the ability continued unabated through the Enlightenment, outliving these dated characterizations and demanding a different explanation. Secret weapons projects in the USSR during the Cold War came the closest to creating stable telekinetics, but the most powerful and precise of the gifted still rise naturally, seemingly at random and for reasons not yet understood. Their unique mechanic is resonance. As the telekinetic creates more and more force, they begin to resonate with the mysterious source of their power, becoming far stronger but threatening to tear themselves apart in the process. Various abilities raise the telekinetic's resonance level up to a maximum of 3. Resonance impacts various abilities and can be spent for additional effects, but carries a cost. At the end of each round, the telekinetic takes physical damage equal to the resonance level, which cannot be prevented by any means. Cool. All right, and so force projection is your first power. You lash out with pure, invisible force, and it looks like the more strain you spend, the more damage you deal. Then the next power is gravity. The telekinetic surrounds their victims in crushing force. Oh, that's, again, anime bullshit, and as always, when it comes to anime bullshit, I am here for it. Dan loves, you quote me on that. I love anime bullshit. I love anime bullshit in my tabletop RPGs. This is anime bullshit. I love it. So cool. Just really punch. Yeah. Okay, then the next one is pyrokinesis. I was not expecting to see pyrokinesis in the telekinetic, but here we are. The telekinetic vibrates the very atoms of the air to create a localized superheating effect, igniting flammable material in the area and controlling the movement of the flames. Cool. Then you've got a sensory field for the telekinetic. Telekinetic extends a nearly undetectable force in all directions, granting them minute awareness of every physical object and movement in their vicinity. I like that. I like that interpretation of telekinesis, where basically, because you're kind of touching objects with your mind, you just kind of extend a really, really, really soft, quote-unquote, touch to the whole area around you rather than focusing on one, and then you are aware of everything. Oh, that's so cool. I really like that. Really, you know what? I'm gonna say, even though I'm not reading the whole thing, I'm gonna give you one of those. I like that. Telekinetically enhanced movement. The telekinetic uses subtle control to enhance their power, speed, and precision of their own physical movements. Again, anime bullshit, and I love it. Telekinetic shield, telekinetic. This is all of these. The whole telekinetic power set is anime character coded to me. Surrounds themselves with an invisible barrier to protect themselves from physical harm. Yeah, all of this is anime coded to me, and I kind of love it. And so if your telekinetic loses all their humanity, the subject enters meltdown. You go carry. Sounds like you go full carry. Enters meltdown, causing massive random destruction. The subject tends to burn themselves out unto death in minutes or hours, but can be rehabilitated through drugs and surgery if retrieved. Dope. Really like the telekinetic on this. Then we've got true faith. Faith, as a concept and a source of social power, is as old as the ability of the human brain's reach to exceed its grasp. Human eyes detect more shades of green than any other color because it was advantageous in detecting predators in the underbrush, and the pareidotic impulse has been heavily favored by natural selection to the point that we can now tell stories to one another about the shapes we see in the clouds. We conceive of far more and far grander things than we can explain. And yet, the power of faith is undeniable. It appears not to matter what deity or concept the human will and faculties suborn themselves to. The purity of the conviction is where the real power comes from. It is rather like a spiritual analog to the mother lifting a car to rescue her child, and Orpheus is not foolish enough to overlook the power and utility of the truly faithful. So this is a very classic true faith mechanic, but looks like more powerful than most. I do like that the art shown here kind of has a Jedi feel, also like Oriental, like meditation kind of stuff. Shows a sort of a true faith shield and some healing abilities. Their unique mechanic is conviction,
When unchallenged, the conviction of the faithful drives their powers to greater heights. True faith practitioners begin each scene with full conviction, but lose all conviction when they take damage after strain and memento mori-based mitigation, or fail in various ways with abilities. Some successful use of abilities cause the faithful to regain their conviction. Interesting. So it's the one that we've seen that actually starts full and can only go down from there. Quick note on true faith. While the imagery and names of some true faith abilities may suggest a Judeo-Christian faith, players and directors are heartily encouraged to reskin and retitle abilities to fit different faiths as desired. There is no reason a follower of Islam, Buddhist teachings, or pagan faiths should not have access to these abilities, nor does the presence of divine power entail any positive or negative moral judgment or any faith, nor a commentary on the truth of any divinity or religious tradition within the fiction of the Orpheus Protocol. Power is power, and faith brings forth power. Which, honestly, fair. Like, even in the real world, like, whether you are like me, a cold, robotic, a non-believer, or a person of deep personal faith, I think neither one of us would be able to argue that faith does bring forth a measure of power. It is a useful tool, if you will. All right, so the powers for true faith come to consecrated ground. The faithful designates and consecrates a space as holy to their deity or creed, making it salutary to allies and hostile to enemies. All right, cool. So buffs and debuffs. Divine challenge, the next one. The faithful embodies the henotheistic fury of their deity or beliefs, issuing a supernaturally powerful challenge that cannot be ignored by those who would oppose them. Fight me. Yes, you. Cool. Exorcism is the next power. The faithful lashes out at the enemy with the power of their divinity or belief, entering a bond of mutual destruction in the ultimate test of conviction. Oh, I wish I had time to go into this, but it sounds like it is like, all right, we're both trapped in this, and one of us has to die. Let's hope it's you first. That's wild. Faith healing is the next power. Faithful draws in spiritual power to miraculously heal the injured. Easy enough. Then we go to Guardian Angel. The faithful is protected from harm by an unseen force. Then we jump to Stalwart Faith. The faithful's utter trust in their deity or creed renders them preternaturally resilient to the effects of horror on the human mind. So protect yourself from horror. Good stuff. And that's it. That's the last ability for the faithful. Now we go to the Vampire Thralls. Fun. Aluka. Asanbosam. Okay, Aluka, Asanbosam, Mandurugo, Lamia, Strigoi, Vampire. Regardless of name, in nearly every culture's collective nightmares, one horrifying principle persists. The hungry dead rise to feed on the living. The vampire reproduces by infecting living humans through mutual hematophagy. Because it's phagy. Usually it's like autophagy. That's actually. I'm very bad at pronouncing the phagy words. Blood drinking. It's hematophagy. It's you consume blood. That's what it means. Stop it. Stop making words that I can't pronounce. Chat says, I just picture a Nephilim and Faithful challenging each other, and no one is escaping that one. Locked in. Yeah, that could be like. There's some good, both positive and negative combos with some of these archetypes, really. Which is half the fun, I think. Anyway, you drink blood. Cool. You drink each other's blood and a slow erosion of the victim's humanity. As the victim becomes more and more monstrous, the unholy eldritch abilities of the progenitor begin to manifest. And as long as this transition into undeath is ongoing, these damned souls are highly sought as powerful assets to Orpheus. The unique mechanic is drinking blood. I refuse. I cannot pronounce that. Hematophagy. Jesus Christ. Drinking blood is their unique mechanic. They drink the blood while a vampire troll has a victim subdued or a victim in there. They can spend initiative points and feed on the victim's blood. At any end of any round of combat, if you have taken physical wounds and you have any blood points, you can use the blood to heal yourself. Cool, cool, cool. Let's check the powers. The first power is Bearer of Plagues. The vampire thrall carries within them a miasma of disease and entropy and can strike at their enemies with vermin and sickness alike. Hot. Hot. Talk about sexy vampires. I do. You know what I think is sexiest about vampires? The amount of diseases they carry. The next one is Caller of Storms. The vampire thrall manifests the arcane ability to summon and control severe weather, shrouding the battlefield in fog, rain, and violent winds. Unexpected, but cool. Then it's Dark Fascination is the next power. The vampire thrall inherits its sire's darkly seductive aura, which you kind of need to be supernaturally darkly seductive because apparently you're filthy. No one's going to get close to you unless you use your supernatural seductive powers. And can so captivate and transfix entities, they focus on that and can so captivate and transfix entities they focus on that they become inexorably drawn to or terrified by the vampire thrall to their detriment in both combat and social situations. Cool. Next power is Encroaching Undeath. The slow takeover of the undead curse wreaks hideous changes in the vampire thrall's physiology, rendering them unnaturally resilient to harm and capable of bursts of monstrous strength. So stronger, harder, faster. Caught it. For the dead travel fast, next power. The vampire thrall is gifted with preternatural speed and sometimes seeming to twist space itself in their unnaturally swift passage. Okay, vampire speed, got it. Polymorphism. The vampire thrall can call on dark magics to transform themselves into a variety of bestial forms, taking on special. So, bat! Go into a bat. Turn into a bat. Not go into a bat, turn into a bat. I mean, once you're in a bat, I suppose then you could go into a bat, but... How would you rule a Nephilim and Faithful challenging the same person? I mean, I'd have to look at I'd have to sit down and look at the systems again and see, like, how their systems... Since I didn't really read the Faithful one properly, I don't know the mechanics. I would have to see exactly how that would work. But it would probably be some kind of roll-off. At the end of the day, it's a game, so it's like, it would be a power roll-off of some kind. It's the easiest solution, honestly, right, for that? Okay, so if you lose all your humanity, the subject succumbs to the vampiric corruption, becoming a monstrous entity of blood and shadow, a true vampire who shuns the sun and terrorizes the night, hunting down those who love them in life, and delighting in bloodletting and sadism for their own sake. Also, yeah, I noticed that there's no mention of, like... Yeah, there's really no mention of, like, oh no, they get hurt in the sunlight or anything. It's kind of like the classic Dampier thing, where like you get the bulk of the benefits with almost none of the drawbacks, which cool, I guess. All right, next ability, next power, next archetype is the Weapon Bearer, which I think it's really a really cool concept. I've seen this in some other games, and I really like this as a concept. It's the Weapon Bearer. There exist in the world legendary weapons: Excalibur, Caliburn, the Spear of Longinus, Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The list goes on and on. Weapons that participate in fateful battles over the decades and centuries take on an accretion of spirit and will, seeking the hands of their destined masters and guiding them towards greater and greater heights of glory. A weapon bearer's bonded weapon need not be a melee weapon. The only requirement is that the given weapon have a storied enough history to be considered satisfactory by the director. Their unique mechanic is Harmony. Weapon bearer abilities generate a special resource called Harmony, and each ability details a set of conditions under which Harmony can be gained or lost. Each weapon bearer ability has additional effects based on the current Harmony levels. So I guess the more you harmonize with your weapon, the more powerful you become. Speaking of those powers, first one is Aegis of Steel. Aegis is an Aegis. The spirit within the bonded weapon leaps into action, defending its bearer from harm, even without the bearer's knowledge or intention. Cool. I like that. The next power, of course, is Inspiration. The power and majesty of the triune force represented by you, your bonded weapon, and the spirit residing within it fills your allies with hope and fervor. All right, so leadership, kind of like some parallels to the hero. Master Duelist. The spirit of your bonded weapon lends you its vast combat experience, earned through countless battles and duels, making you a nearly matchless combatant when focused on a single opponent. Okay, that's cool. That's actually really cool. Like, you can basically go like, I'm taking this guy. I'm taking the big one. Y'all handle the rest. Strike Two Worlds is the next ability. The spirit within your weapon charges your attack with otherworldly power, attacking from the physical and spiritual dimensions simultaneously and rendering your attacks extremely hard to mitigate. This makes your attack able to disrupt and destroy magical energies at the director's discretion. I like that too. Very good stuff. Weapon Familiarity is the next power. Through the unique bond between a weapon bearer and their legendary weapon, the bearer is able to reach a level of comfort and familiarity with their weapon that makes it nearly an extension of their body, to a far greater degree than even the greatest mundane masters of combat. And so increases your ability to fuck people up with your weapon. And the last power is Weapon Spirit. You allow the spirit within your bonded weapon to take partial possession of your body, allowing yourself to fight with unbroken focused purpose and insulating your mind from the effects of horror. So, Ultra Instinct mode. Haha, I take my weeb. I take my weebness back. Oh, that's okay. That time it was the cat playing with the die. Okay, we're almost there, sweetheart. 20 minutes. 20 minutes or less, and you'll be fed. 15 minutes, you'll be fed. All right, so interesting. There doesn't appear to be a humanity thing to the weapon bearer. Yeah, there's no like humanity loss thing with the weapon bearer, which is cool. Which is very cool. The werewolf. You should just start with 0 humanity as a werewolf by default, because if you're a werewolf, you know, I'm judging werewolves. That's just what I do on this stream. Let's do it. Let's do it. Werewolf. In nearly every human culture throughout history, there is a legend concerning werewolves. They may take other names and appear under other guises, but the core principle remains. People become something else and perpetrate horrific violence. The Enlightenment slowly but surely convinced the world that these legends were mere fantasies of ignorant cultures grasping at an explanation for the violence and depravity of which human beings are capable. Orpheus knows that explanation to be correct in most cases, but not all. The wolves are real, and they've hunted us since the beginning. But, like all canids, they respond to training, and they have their own social order. Orpheus is nothing if not adept at manipulating such dynamics to its advantage. Okay, so, again, I don't like werewolves. But I do like that the attitude of Orpheus is like, yeah, they're dogs. Train them, put a leash on them, and send them out. Like, they're just like any other dog. You can manipulate and control them. Dope. You know, Orpheus is an evil, semi-evil, spooky organization that keeps the world safe, but also like, evil or at the very least morally gray. But you know what? In this one area, I'm in full agreement with the Orpheus Protocol of the Orpheus organization. That there's put a leash on them. Put a leash on them. Your unique mechanic as a werewolf is Primal Instinct. That's also a really old school but fun fighting game, which I think is a better use of your time than playing a werewolf. I said it. I'm not taking it back. Gain a point of Primal Instinct upon dealing melee damage, and for each 10 damage taken before reduction from a single attack or source, you may hold a maximum of 3 Primal Instinct at a time. Expires at the end of the scene if you hit an enemy more than once with a single attack. So basically, it's going to be points that you're going to spend on your powers. So, speaking of those powers, as a werewolf, you have Partial Transformation, Savagery. Your human form gains sharpened nails and teeth. Your muscles gain strength and destiny. Cool. Destiny. Density. Cool. Partial Transformation Senses. Your human form's ears become pointed and your eyes turn an otherworldly shade of yellow, orange, or red. Your vision and hearing become more acute and your olfactory receptors increase thousandfolds in sensitivity. Dope. Partial Transformation Virility. Really? Did we have to go with virility? Your human form becomes more hirsute and emits a subtle, predatory musk. Your body becomes more resilient both to environmental hazards and to injury. Cool. Sorry, I'm just skimming through the ability. Because the fact that it's like a subtle predatory musk virility, I'm just scared. But it just seems to be just make yourself suffer and more damage resistant. Really. I also think they would have meant vitality. Because the actual power description is like damage reduction, reduce physical strain, reduce mental strain, reduce spiritual strain, higher endurance, vitality, I fear. But the fact that they did sort of make a point of saying that you emit a subtle predatory musk. See, this is why I hate werewolves. This is why I don't like it. Why? Why do people need to be so fucking horny about werewolves? I don't get it. Is it just me? I mean, look, I know. Look at the ring. I am Ace. But just because I'm Ace doesn't mean I don't understand like sex and attraction and everything. I get it. I'm Ace. I'm also like more in the demisexual side of the scale. Like I know. I get it. I do not get why people are so fucking horny for werewolves. Why? Every game. I'm like, so far I was like, okay, cool. Yeah. It was stronger, harder, faster. Yeah. Why? What is it? What is it about werewolves that gets people so fucking horny? I do not understand it. The way it is done out of context, right? Like, especially here, like, what? And also, like, it's there. It's like this little mention of like virility and musk, and then the actual power has nothing to do. I was like, all right, well, if you're doing this, are you doing this? Are we fucking doing this? And no, there's nothing here about like, oh, and also people are more turned on or whatever. Like this, if it's not, why? This should have been vitality. There was no need to mention your fucking subtle musk. Look, we knew I was going to rant when we got to the werewolves, and here it is. Let's keep going. Let's move. Let's try and move past it. I don't know, man. I don't know. Full transformation. Even while partially transformed, you appear mostly human. When you fully transform, however, you become the monster of legend. You grow somewhere between 6 and 8 feet tall. Your spine lengthens into a tail for balance. Okay, you go full Krenos. You go full thing, and you're harder, stronger, faster, etc. Accursed resilience. Werewolves are not merely beasts of flesh. Across the world, legends tell of a core of black magic, demonic strength, and other such horrors. There we go. That's the werewolves I like. Expected rant hit. Okay, yeah, it was coming. We all knew it was coming, and here it is. Here it is. Hey, sweetheart, why are you sitting on the key? You haven't... Okay, cool. Just double checking that she didn't, like, stop the stream or something. She is literally sitting on the keyboard hitting keys. I'm going 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We're almost... I just want to get through the last archetypes. Cat. Anyway, cool. Let's see here. Demonic strength, horrors. Good. That's what I want. There we go. Accursed demonic horrors. That's what werewolves are. Not fucking sexy. It's a fucking dog. Do you think dogs are sexy? Is that it? Do you think dogs are sexy? If you do, don't. Dogs are not sexy. No. Stop it. Get help. Fucking hell. While the source is unknown, werewolves do in fact possess the ineffable ability to shrug off enormous amounts of physical punishment. Sadly. I mean, I guess it does give you the opportunity to just punish them more, I guess. Pack hunters. Millions of years of social predatory evolution course through your veins, allowing you to attack your prey with astonishing consistency of advantage, particularly when in tandem with allied combatants. Alright, cool. You work better as a team. Got it. Fun. Enjoy. Rage. When will you rage? Lycanthropy is defined more than anything else by the red haze, the tearing of flesh, and the exultation of limitless violence. And also, apparently, horniness. From the berserkers of the ancient north to the disorganized serial killers of today can be found lesser echoes of the werewolf's fury. The real thing, as one might imagine, is far worse. Alright, so yeah, do more damage, be angry, cool, go berserk. Oh yeah, serial humanity. The subject loses all semblance of humanity and lives as lycanthrope throughout the lunar cycle. Must be captured for intensive treatment for any hope of recovery, but why would you bother? Red Rocket Rage. Alright, and finally, as if to make it up to me, the book gifts me with The Witch. And again, look, I just want to say this illustration of the witch is directly bypassing my defenses, going straight to just direct to the heart. I'm not gonna bother rolling for defense. Yes, please, and thank you. The witch. Throughout human history, the outcasts of society have been demonized as witches. These narratives have proven useful for those who wish to crush the marginalized and consolidate power, but Orpheus knows the truth of witchcraft is far from a simple fairy tale about pure good and pure evil. Witches have existed for as long as humanity has had an interest in the unknown. Scientists seek to understand the unknown. Politicians seek to vilify it. Witches embrace it peacefully, in all its dark mystery and wonder. Wielding blessings and curses with equal facility, witches challenge the very notion of good and evil, and consequently will always be targeted by those who wish to impose their views on the world. Their unique mechanic is the arcane tide. As a witch leans further into the dark or light aspects of their power, their essence is attuned to light or darkness, moving their arcane tide into benediction or malediction. Benediction, positive arcane tide value, enhances the positive aspects of a witch's power, while malediction enhances the negative. Arcane tides range from -3 to +3. Cool. Again, another kind of like a light-dark balance. Fun times. Their first power is the Blood Curse. The witch employs a prehistoric rite of dark blood magic to literally pull the blood from their victim's body at a distance, causing sudden, violent hemorrhaging. Fuck! Yes! There we go. Now we're talking. I like that. The Evil Eye is the next power. Making the sign of the Evil Eye, the witch calls upon malign forces to afflict their target with a subtle negative aura that can manifest as any combination of confusion, nausea, pain, anxiety, and bad luck. AKA average day for me. Cool. All right, like that. You got a familiar. Tales of Black Cats. Hi, kitty. Look at you. Hey, we're talking about you now in the game. We're talking about you. Look, I'm gonna point the camera over there so you can see her. There she is. Look at her. Outlined against the box of my computer. There is the cat. She is so precious. Why are you looking away? Hey, there we go. Look this way. There we go. Give the people what they want. Anyway, cool. Evil Eye. So we got a familiar. Tales of Black Cats, Toads, and Ravens with uncanny intelligence, perhaps vessels for demonic tutors, and spiritual benefactors are inextricably tied to the lore of the witch. Unlike many misconceptions held on the subject of witchcraft, that exact phenomenon is both real and common among witches. Okay, so you get a pet, a familiar pet. Fetish charm. Ladies. Whether taking the form of a clay or fabric effigy, a bag of knuckle bones, a stick man, or some other guise, the witch's practice of constructing symbolic representations and imbuing them with arcane power to harm and to heal is well known. So basically, you're creating charms, and they have effects. Cool. Flight. I had to pause there for a second because I was going to sing. Cat, what did you do? Sweetheart, stop. Okay. Sorry, she made OBS go away on the computer, and for a second I was like, did you just kill my stream? No, she didn't. Okay, sweetheart, oh my god. You would swear I hadn't fed you. I would if I didn't know any better, but I have. And then gave you kibbles later too. Why? Why so hungry? Anyway, we're almost done, baby girl. Mwah. All right. Anyway, flight. Yeah, sorry, I almost started singing the song from Wicked, and you know, because witches and all that. The ability to transcend gravity. Defying gravity. Anyway, the ability to transcend gravity is a common dream of empowerment among human beings, but actually pulling it off is routinely viewed as a signifier of witchcraft. The prevalence of this association with witches is not surprising, as witches mastered human flight before the invention of written language. And then there's Witch's Brew. The witch utilizes time-old secret knowledge of herbs, hedge alchemy, and spiritual lore to craft a healing potion that is as harsh on its user as it is powerful. I like that. Healing tough love healing. Let me snooze the coming ads so we can wrap up. And then if you, as a witch, lose all your humanity, you become a wraith, as much of magic as of flesh, with a mind inscrutable, alien, and hateful to all living things. Again, stop between the art and this description. This is basically like that. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for in a woman. All right. This is after. Okay, I'm ace. I does not mean, and much to my chagrin, does not mean I do not want love, right? And so that's what I just look. I'm very vulnerable right now. If any goth girls would like to take advantage of me, is what I'm saying. Anyway, recovery prospects and methods are classified. Cool. All right, cool. And then that's it. We're done. We hit the direction section. Let's just now flip through the rest of the book so we can finish today's game. Today's stream. So, okay, information, mini bosses. Okay, how to make enemies. There we got some stats mini bosses and bosses. Sample stats, environmental hazards, how to balance encounters and encounter types. A lot of talk about combat. Again, this game very much wants you to spend a lot of time in combat. It feels like. Got challenges which use clocks. We love clocks. And then building stories. Okay, now we've got some general ideas on how to build a campaign, how to keep the player character centered, player buy-in. Here we go. Okay, so actually, let's read this one real quick. Player buy-in. Somewhat related to player character centrality is the concept of player buy-in. It is extremely important that the people playing the Orpheus Protocol or any other TTRPG actually want to be playing the game being offered by the director. Yeah, makes sense. But also, you gotta. There's so much to learn here. Now, spotlighting, lowering stories, lots of. Looks like good advice, honestly, for storytelling. And then we've got adventure seeds, the castle and crate. So basically, pre-made adventures. Cool. I like that. We've got some adventure seeds and example scenarios, full timeline, NPCs. Faces. Cool. Good to have that included in the book, just in case. I like this. I don't know what to run though, but here's something said. Also, it serves as a good example, right, of what to do, like how the creators expect a game of the Orpheus Protocol to run. Like that even if you don't plan to run the sample adventure, it's usually, if your game brings some kind of sample adventure, it's in your best interest to at least read it so you can get an idea of what the game's creators thought a game should be like. Game of this should be like. And then printable resources. We got a whole bunch of stuff. We got the NPCs for the adventures. Got some pre-made player characters for that adventure. We got a blank player character sheet, which we did see earlier in the stream, but just to kind of have it again so you can see it. No, these are the pre-made ones. These are the archetypes. Yeah, these are the ones for the pre-made characters. Here we go. So that's the kind of like the default character sheet that we've got. Clearly, like a character sheet made in Excel, as so many are. So what it lacks in artistic flair, it more than makes up for in basically cramming everything into a single page, except of course for the abilities and their descriptions, which is more open-ended here. But it's not bad. It looks a little cramped. There's a lot to keep track of, but good job making it all fit into a single page, honestly. And then we've got some player references, like some cheat sheets, basically. So the players have a quick reference to what the skill ranks are and what they do, which is very important because they might not be immediately obvious to players. And then what the actual common costs of actions in combat, how many initiative points they take. As you can see, almost everything is 1, 2, some are 3, some rare ones can go up to 4, but that's it. That's the most. So it's not like it's a selection, but not that many things and not that much variation. And then we've got some universal references. So how the tactics work, the ratings for bleeding, burning, daze, and breakdown, because those happen very often during combat. And then a director's reference sheet. So the director has the stuff for horror checks, depending on how they are brought up, how to manage clashes, which is good to have in the DM one, because only the DM, clashes will generally only happen with NPCs, how to run challenge actions, how to do hindering actions and everything. Some good stuff, some good player reference sheets. And this I like, a character watch list. This is good for the GM, because now you can just have the name of the PC, their motivations, their fears, condition injuries, and the session goal, and you can kind of keep track of that as a GM, so you made sure that you're keeping track of everything for everyone. Good. And again, the little initiative trackers we took a point of. So basically, like I said, I've been doing the initiative with like pools of points, but they also kind of want you to do, like, if one character has initiative 8 pool, one has like a 5, one has like a 4, then this one goes. It's actually easier to picture kind of this way, like, who goes next? Well, the one who's in front, he just spent 1 2, he's still in front. Next action, he's still in front, so he spends another 1 2. Okay, next action, who's in front? This guy. Okay, this guy, he spends 1 2. Next action, these two are the same place. Which one of them has the higher stat? Probably this one. So this one goes first, takes 2. Now he's in front, he goes, takes 2. Cool, now he goes. No, take 2. Like that. That's basically, it's a little easier to manage. I don't mind it. It's good stuff. And that's it. I think that's the end. And then we've got a little index at the end, which I think we all know indexes are fun. And ta-da! Did we do it? Kind of. Did we have to cheat a little before the end? A little. But we did it. We did it. That means do I do one more snooze? I do one more snooze. I don't want to hit you with ads again. We're trying to wrap up the stream. In fact, let's go over here. Hey, hi, how are you? Thank you. Wait, let me go all the way up. Let's go all the way here. Hi, bye, cat. I'm about to get up, sweetheart. I'm about to get up. Oh my god. Hey, folks. Thanks so much, as always, for bearing with me through whatever the fuck these streams are. Once again, we did it. We reached the end of another tabletop RPG. We reached the end of another Titterpig, and we survived. We survived to tell the tale. What do we think of the Orpheus Protocol without having played it, right? But just going through the book and seeing it. Overall, big thumbs up in terms of setting, in terms of variety of archetypes, character classes, things you can play, things you can do. But with the caveats, as we saw, that it's a complex system, right? It's a crunchy system. It's got a surprising amount of crunch. But it is a surprising amount of crunch that, from what I can see, works. Once you kind of figure out what it's doing, it's not that hard, right? It's like, okay, I see what it's doing. It doesn't require me to spend time like re-educating myself too much every time I kind of go through something. The base mechanics actually not that difficult. While there's the thing is, there are a lot of fiddly bits, there are a lot of things to keep track of. Every single archetype has its own resources that it's tracking and doing. It's a good time, but it is, as I've said repeatedly, a hard sell because of how complex it is. That said, I would love to run a game of this at some point somewhere, and overall, big thumbs up to the creators of the Orpheus Protocol. Good job. I'm definitely, it makes me want to go back and listen to the Orpheus Protocol actual play again. I want to see where they take that story and how it plays and how it actually plays at the table. So you know what? I'll give that a listen. I'll report back at some point. But until then, though, we're done with today's stream as usual. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you all soon. One last check. So tomorrow, just as a quick reminder, I will be around tomorrow. Maybe an earlier stream than normal, as usual. Keep my socials in mind. I will announce there once where I go live, but tomorrow will also be a more low-key. We'll probably just play some video games, because tomorrow evening, once again, I will be a guest on PB's channel. I will link to it on the socials, so you'll have the link there. I'll see if I can do the thing where like my channel streams basically if you check out my channel, it basically just automatically redirects you to that one during that stream, so you can see it. Well, also, yeah, I'll bump it up on socials and everything. I'm excited tomorrow playing. I have the high ground with PB on her channel. Should be a good time, and I am excited for it. Until then, folks, thanks so much for hanging out. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. And until then, also, I say it every day, and every day I fail, but I don't know. We'll see. There is a non-zero chance that I may play some video games on stream tonight. I don't know. I want to, but we'll see how. I've got a couple of things pending on the back end that might take up my attention, unfortunately. So we'll see, but I will definitely be back tomorrow and hope to see you all then. Take care and have a wonderful time zone wherever you may be.